Members, we're good to go. Welcome, members, to the meeting of the 3rd of March. It's a funny start because we've already been meeting this morning on the continuation of last week's meeting. It's a long day for us as councillors, but we've got quite a comprehensive agenda to get through, and we'll do our best to get through it. I'll remind you, members, legislation states that I cannot go beyond 6 p.m. So we will be stopping then. Members, without further ado, without any further introductions, I'm going to commence the meeting. Item 1 in the agenda are apologies for absence.
Chair, I've received apologies from Councillors Mark Barnes and Sarah Williams.
Thank you. Members, opportunity for anybody else who's got any apologies on behalf of other members.
I need to leave at about 4:45. Something's cropped up during our interval, Chair.
No problem. Members, I'm suggesting we accept them apologies. Move on to
Gwynfor, I've got to leave also at 4:45. I've got another meeting to go to straight at 4 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
And you have, Chair, sorry, at 4.
We're going to get very lonely.
Gwynfor, unfortunately, I have to leave at 3:30. I have to pick my wife and daughter up from Bristol Airport, and Martin Wheel is not going to be with us this afternoon as he started his treatment this morning. So I'm just right to pass that on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jeremy. Members, your comments are noted, and we'll accept them comments. Members, item 2 on your agenda are the minutes of our previous meeting, which was held on the 9th of December. The English version of this meeting are recorded on pages 9 to 26. Members, I'm looking for a proposal and secondary acceptance of those minutes, please. Councillor Rosemary is proposing we accept the minutes. I'm looking for a proposal and second for the accuracy of those minutes. Councillor Elwyn, take you, Councillor Gareth, because you've come up on screen. Enjoy your crisps. Sorry, apologies. Item 3, declarations of interest. To receive any declarations of interest from members relating to items to be considered on the agenda. Advice has been given by the monitoring officer by email as regards our notice to motion. Clive, anything further to say, or just any queries which need to be answered by members at this point?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I did send out an email last night concerning the issue of interests in this matter. I hope it was relatively straightforward, but happy to deal with any issues or questions that members may have. Chair, as there don't appear to be. Oh, sorry. I think Councillor Rachel put her hand up. I think.
Yes. Thank you, Clive. I'd just like to declare an interest on motion 18, please.
Oh, you're declaring an interest rather than asking a question. OK, thank you.
Councillor Amanda, you've got a question, yeah?
Yeah, I'd like to declare an interest on motion 17 and, hang on, I'm just checking, the Armed Forces one, and on 16 due to having close personal associates and direct family members affected and involved in industries and sectors that they relate to.
Councillor Clare, followed by Councillor David.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to declare an interest on motion 17 as well in relation to the armed forces.
Thank you. Councillor Linda, did I say before?
Myself, Chair. I'm there.
Sorry, Councillor David. Yeah, it was. You're right. Go on, Councillor David.
Thank you, Chair. Like others, I'll declare on item 15 in terms of our own farming business, 17 because I have a close friend who works for the Armed Forces, and 18 with regards to school transformation. My wife is a staff member at a school that has been affected by the proposal for the Ysgol Calon Cymru transformation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Linda.
Yeah, I'd just like to declare in respect of motion 15, although I fully support it because of owning land, I'd have to declare an interest.
Thank you. Councillor Gareth, Councillor Ian, Councillor Stephen.
Thank you very much. Item agenda 17, just clarity, please, Morrison officer. I have no close financial impact on the motion, but I am a standard with the Royal British Legion and a trustee of a building. Just for information, I think it's personal but non-prejudicial. If you can assist, please. I
totally agree. You can participate, Councillor Gareth. Thank you very much.
Councillor Ian, Councillor Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. I need to declare an interest in item 17, the Armed Forces motion. I have close friends in different parts of the military, so need to make that declaration. Thank you.
Chair,
Stephen.
I'm declaring an interest on item 15. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gareth, Councillor Michael, Councillor Aled. Councillor Gareth Birth.
I too would like to declare an interest in personal and prejudicial in item 15.
Councillor Michael.
Same on 15, Chairman.
Councillor Aled.
Likewise, Chair. Item 15.
Councillor Jonathan.
Yeah, likewise, Chair.
Other Councillor Michael.
Item 15, no, landowner. Yeah.
Councillor Arrow.
Yeah, item 15, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor William.
Item 15, Chair, as per interest declared by other colleagues.
Councillor Edwin.
Good, Chair. Councillor 15.
Councillor Peter. Peter, take your mic up.
Item 15, Chair, sorry.
Councillor Rosemary.
Yes, Chair, 15 landowner, 17 and 18.
Thank you. Councillor David.
Item 15, Chair, I've got a close family member with farming interests.
Councillor Lucy.
Item 15, please.
Councillor Sandra.
Thank you, Chair. Item 17, family member. Thank you.
Councillor David. Councillor David Evans. Microphone, please, David.
Yes, item 15, please, Chair.
Councillor Kelvin.
Item 15, please, Chair.
Councillor Elwyn.
Item 15, ironically. Thank you.
Councillor Emir.
Councillor 15, Chairman.
Councillor 15. Councillor Karen.
Item 15, Chair.
Councillor Dye.
Item 15, Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor Gareth.
Item 15, Chair.
Councillor John Morris.
Item 15, Chair.
Councillor Joy Jones.
Item 17, Chair.
Councillor Carl Lewis.
Apologies, Chair. Item 15, please.
Thank you, Councillor Carl. Councillor Jake.
Item 15, my brother-in-law.
Councillor Diane.
Item 15 as well, please, Chair.
Councillor, how are we all done now? Councillor Dan.
Item 15, my father-in-law. Thank you.
Councillor Bev.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Item 18, a personal and a prejudicial interest due to the monitoring officer's advice. Thank you.
Clive.
Chair, as you will appreciate, there is a significant number of declarations of interest with regard to item 15 in the agenda. Our members will be aware because they've received my note, but for the purposes of the public at home, this item has been discussed recently by the Standards Committee, who has given a dispensation for members to speak with regard to farming and agricultural matters, but not vote. So members will be able to participate in the debate, but will not be able to vote. Chair, with the numbers which were just declared, we will just need to make sure that we are quorate when we come to the vote. So I can't give advice as we speak because I'm not sure what the numbers are, but I thought I'd just mention that for the benefit of the public at home.
Councillor Joy, were you indicating? No. And Councillor Gareth Morgan, are you indicating?
Yeah, I am. Sorry, Chair. I want to declare 15 as well, please.
Thank you.
Hello, Gunvar.
I'm not picking up who that is. Sorry, who's that?
Bryn's yma.
Councillor Bryn, yeah, prynawn da.
That's my, o'n I methu ffindio'r llaw, couldn't find the hand,
I
sorry.
couldn't find my hand, sorry.
Item 15.
Item 15 as well, please.
Thank you very much. Members, just for information, I declare it item 15 as well, and Councillor Garth has agreed to take the chair. Councillor Ian.
Yes, sorry, Chair. Can I just seek the monitoring officer's advice on motion 18 on school transformation? I'm quite heavily involved with some objections over certain school transformation proposals, so I just wanted to check where I stand with that, really. You're on mute, Clive.
I'm ever so sorry, Councillor Ian. I hope my note would have helped. But as a governor of a school, you have an exemption unless you have you are or have a family member or a close personal associate who has a pecuniary interest in a proposal which of a school closure and considered by the cabinet over the last 18 months. So in other words, somebody that's employed at a school where a closure proposal has taken place over the last 18 months.
No, I don't tick that box, and therefore I won't declare.
So therefore, you're covered by the general dispensation for school governors.
Okay, thank you, Clive. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think that concludes declarations of interest now. We've got a very clear indication. Those members will be read out previously to the items following. Please declare then again if we haven't picked you up. Chair's announcements, item 4. In view of the timescales which we're facing today, I won't make any announcements today, but very aware that this is the last meeting that I will chair as this council. So I will make my comments known to you through email. Item 5, leaders' announcements. Good afternoon, Rosemary.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. I will make my announcements if that's okay, because there are people that I want to say thank you to. But I'll be as quick as possible. Last month, the county was hit by the 2 devastating storms in the space of a couple of days. Storm Eunice and Franklin, of course, lashed the county with extremely high winds and heavy rain. Both storms have caused damages to properties, flooded roads, felled trees. Throughout this, our highways staff worked extremely hard to protect properties. You know, we've got major rivers in Powys, we've got the Severn, the Wye and the Uff, all cause some problems, some more significant than others. Some businesses experience problems, of course, and road users. I'd like to thank all those staff, particularly for their actions. Many of them worked all night, and they're a credit to the council. And then in terms of the Mid Wales deal, you will all, I think, be aware that we have signed the both deal with the UK government and Welsh government. We did that in January, and it signed. It was quite a red letter day, really, a groundbreaking partnership, bringing a combined investment of 110 million from UK government and Welsh government. We've worked extremely hard to draw down this investment over a very challenging period of time, and I'd like to thank everybody involved in that as well, because it's been challenging over the years. We've also started the Corporate Joint Committee, which is, in our case, the Mid Wales Corporate Joint Committee. We'll have to work with Ceredigion. It's another layer of democracy, really, and we will be working particularly, for the time being, on regional transport, strategic development plans. So there'll have to be a joint LDP with the 2 local authorities, and improving economic well-being. And Chairman, with regard to Ukraine and all that is happening out there, I was invited to a meeting yesterday with Welsh Government ministers. All the leaders were invited, and we were briefed on what Welsh Government were doing and what their expectations were of local authorities. We were asked to discourage local groups from collecting physical goods like clothing or bedding. And I know there is a big temptation to do that because we all want to help. But there are many difficulties, many logistical difficulties with that. Instead, they would like cash donations, which they would like to channel through 4 reputable charities. We don't know yet who those charities are, but I think Welsh Government certainly know, and they're working with them. And they are asking local authorities to set up a dedicated page for direct cash donations. I particularly wanted to say this on webcast so that everybody knows, because I know there will be an inclination to get goods together. They appealed for all Welsh local authorities to be prepared to take refugees if necessary. Long term, of course, in housed accommodation, short term in hotels. All leaders agreed to do what they could. A housing cabinet members meeting with ministers is to be arranged, and we'll need to do some preparatory work for that. And I know that several of you, and I certainly have had offers of housing from the private sector. We will need to talk to a whole range of people really before we go to that meeting. We all agreed to do what we could, and I will keep members informed of any further developments. We were also told that all the 8 local authority pension funds were liaising in terms of decisions on whether investments in Russia would be disinvested as soon as possible. And there are others on this call who would probably know better than I about that. Lots of detail that we will need to discuss going forward if we are to take refugees. There's housing, accommodation, schools, transport, translation, healthcare. There will be a whole range of issues that will need to be addressed. Following that meeting, I briefed the 2 MPs and the 2 MSs for Powys yesterday. And what I would like to perhaps suggest to the meeting is that I can write to the UK government and the Welsh government expressing our concern over all that is happening in Ukraine, the unprovoked aggression and the erosion of democracy, and also expressing our solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Leader. That takes us to item 6 on the agenda, Chief Executive briefing. Good afternoon, Caroline.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll keep my comments as brief as I can. Just to add to the Leader's comments about the Mid Wales Corporate Joint Committee, the first meeting was formally held on the 25th of January and appointed a number of officers to statutory roles. I was appointed as the Chief Executive for the first year, and this position will rotate annually between myself and the Chief Executive of Ceredigion County Council. Stephen Johnson of Ceredigion County Council was appointed as the Chief Finance Officer, and Clive Pinney was appointed as the Monitoring Officer. Position of Chief Finance Officer and Monitoring Officer will be reviewed in 12 months' time. All of these posts are not remunerated. None of us will be receiving any additional payments for undertaking these duties. In terms of COVID, when we met in December, we were aware of Omicron, but at that time hadn't seen any cases in Powys. Very soon afterwards, it did reach the county and touched every community before receding towards the middle of January. Whilst we experienced the highest incident levels we had seen at any time over the last 2 years at that time, thankfully the variants proved to be mild for most people, with very few people needing hospital treatments, and thankfully the death rate was low. The rollout of vaccines and the booster programme appears to have been a key element in protecting our population from greater harm. Testing arrangements have since changed in January, and it does now make it more difficult to compare the daily data that we are still receiving with previous data. But of course, Public Health Wales do have access to a range of other data as well, so they're able to monitor the trends. But I'd like to touch on the longer term impact of COVID and the impact that's having on some of our services. We continue to experience pressure in our frontline operational services. Adult social care continues to experience increased demand, and deployment of staff is in place to ensure our statutory duties are met within the service. Adult social care have started to plan a phased return to what is now becoming the new business as usual. More worrying is the significant and sustained increased demand within children's services. Our ability to respond to this demand is stretched as it is compounded by sickness within the service, vacancies that we've been unable to fill, and a number of resignations of key officers. The Director of Social Services has requested support from other parts of the Council as well as from our partners. Earlier in the week, the service held a meeting of key senior staff and a number of actions have been identified and will be taken forward to stabilise the service. The service is keeping this under review daily to monitor our ability to discharge our statutory duties. Cawsom ein syfardanu a'n tristhau o glywed am farwolaeth Aled Roberts ar y 13 o Chwefror yn dilyn salwch byr.
We were shocked and saddened to hear about the death of Aled Roberts on the 13th of February following a short illness.
Bydd nifer ohonoch yn cofio Aled fel cynghorydd ac arweinydd cyngor sirol Wrecsam rhwng 2004 a 2011.
Many of you will remember Aled as a councillor and the leader of Wrexham County Council between 2004 and 2011.
Nes I ddod ar draws Aled pan yr oedd o'n aelod cynulliad dros Ogledd Cymru rhwng 2011 a 2016 pan oeddwn i'n gweithio yn y gwasanaeth sifil hefo Llywodraeth Cymru.
I came across Aled when he was one of the Assembly members for North Wales between 2011 and 2016.
Ac yn fwy diweddar, yn ei rôl fel Comisiynydd y Gymraeg, ers i mi dderbyn fy swydd bresennol ym Mhywys 3 mlynedd yn ôl.
And more recently in his role as Welsh Language Commissioner since I took up my current post in Powys 3 years ago.
Ar ran y cyngor, fe nes I anfon air o gydymdeimlad at y dirprwy gomisiynydd ar y 14 o Chwefror, a rwy'n siŵr bod teulu a ffrindiau Aled yn ein meddyliau.
On behalf of the Council, I sent my condolences to the Deputy Commissioner on the 14th of February, and I'm sure that our thoughts are with Aled's family and friends.
Yn olaf, hoffwn sôn am yr etholiadau Llywodraeth leol sydd ar y gweill. Cynhelir yr etholiadau ar gyfer y cyngor sir dydd Iau y 5 o Fai, gyda'r etholiadau ar gyfer cynghora tref a chymuned yn cael eu cynnal ar yr un diwrnod. Bydd y rhybudd etholiad yn cael ei gyhoeddi dydd Llun y 14 o Fawrth, gyda'r dyddiadau cau ar gyfer enwebiadau dydd Mawrth y 5 o Ebrill.
Lastly, I would like to mention the forthcoming local government elections. Elections for the County Council will be held on Thursday, the 5th of May, with elections for town and community councils held on the same day. The notice of election will be published on Monday, the 14th of March, with a closing date for nominations on Tuesday, the 5th of April.
Mae'n anffodus nad ydym wedi gallu dod ynghyd ar gyfer ein cyfarfodydd ffurfiol a sesiynau briffio dros y 2 flynedd dwytha. A mae'r cadeirydd yr arweinydd Amina yn gobeithio ac yn bwriadu trefnu sesiwn briffio i aelodau yn Llandrindod yn ddiweddarach yn y mis hwn os ydy amgylchiadau yn caniatáu hynny.
It is regrettable that we haven't been able to come together for our meetings and briefings over the past 2 years, and the Chair, the Leader and I are hoping to arrange a briefing for members in Llandrindod later this month if conditions allow that.
Mae wedi bod yn bleser dod i adnabod pob un ohonoch fel cynghorwyr ers I mi ddechrau yn fy swydd 2 mlynedd yn ôl. A boed os ydych chi'n bwriadu sefyll fel ymgeisydd yn yr etholiad a'i pheidio, gaf I a ran staff y cyngor ddymuno'n dda I bob un ohonoch gyda'ch cynlluniau ar gyfer y dyfodol. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
It's been a pleasure to get to know each and every one of you over the past 3 years, and whether you intend to stand as a candidate at the election or not, could I wish you all, on behalf of the staff of the Council, wish you very well on your plans for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief Executive, and thank you for those sentiments on behalf of the other councillors. Members, we move on to item 7 on your agenda, Council Tax Resolution for 22-23. Members, you will have been circulated the information in relation to this on the conclusion of our previous meeting. I'm now going to hand over to Portfolio Aled to make comment on this. Councillor Aled.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, I've lost the report amongst many windows open on my laptop. This is usually a formality. It's a calculation. Once we've decided the council tax is at 3.39. We carry out this calculation, or well, I don't, but Andrew Griffiths and the team behind the scenes carry out these calculations we set the council tax base back in November before Christmas. And that's a first building block. And then we have a list of communities from Abercwmbir all the way through to Ystrad Gynllais. And then you see in section 3, and that equates to 63,000 households. So then you do the calculation in section 3. And then that decide, and then you see the community tax band for each home bandee across the various communities within Powys. I was just skirting down to the recommendation. Apologies. If there are any questions, please ask. I'm sorry, my laptop is very slow. Here we are, the recommendation at section 9.1, that the amounts contained in paragraph 3.1 above is accepted by the council for the tax year 22-23 in accordance with section 32 to 36 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992, and 9.2, that the council, in accordance with section 30.2 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992, hereby sets the amounts contained in paragraph 3.3 at the amounts of council tax for the year 22-23 for each of the categories of dwellings shown. Thank you, Chair.
Members, we have a speak up in the chat box. Before we go to that, for anybody to ask any questions or debate, I'm looking for a seconder to the recommendations given for the portfolio. Councillor Cowell, thank you very much, has seconded the recommendation. Members, group leaders as before, please. Comment from the floor if there are no group leaders that wish to speak. Members, I appreciate that we may be going to the Councillor Karen.
Sorry, Chair. Only just one point, Chair. I wanted to ask. Can I ask, when it comes actually to the voting, if you actually abstain, then your name comes up on the actual minutes?
I'm not really not sure on that, Councillor Karen. I'll ask for some clarification on that one, if that's possible.
Your name will come up on the voting record, Councillor Karen, not in the minutes themselves, but the voting record is attached to the minutes. So not in the minutes, but attached to the minutes.
Chair, I got some minutes here, and my name is up on 3 items. I voted for many, but that's not included. There's name come up on a number of items. Was County Councillor Kay Laurie Parry abstained. I would have abstained for true reasons, but I was just wondering why it doesn't say.
Councillor Karen, I'm assuming those minutes are previous meetings, which have now been confirmed as a record now.
I should have voted up. Sorry, Chair, my fault, but I will take it up. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Members, there's other people popped up on screen. Are there comments from Councillor Gareth and Councillor Bev?
Chair, I suggest we go to the vote, please.
Councillor Bev?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I won't repeat. That's all I was going to say. Thank you.
Members, there are no other people wishing to speak, so I suggest we go to the vote. Do you wish to go to an electronic vote?
I'm in your hands, Chair, but there doesn't seem to be any dissenters.
I'm just giving an opportunity. Members, if you're happy to take this in silence.
Chad, legally, don't we have to vote? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Chair, and the answer is you are voting by your silence. If you wish to have an electronic vote, you can have one. But if nobody objects to that process and nobody wishes to object and vote against the motion, the recommendation, then we can do it in silence. But I see that Councillor Jackie has her hand up.
Councillor David has raised first, so I'll take Councillor David, followed by Councillor Jackie.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted clarification here. This resolution obviously contains the 3.39% council tax increase.
Yeah.
Then I'd prefer this to go to an electronic vote, please.
Thank you, Councillor David. Councillor Jackie?
I would like an electronic vote, please. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Liam?
Yes, exactly same reason as Councillor David Thomas said, Chair. I think for a matter of procedure and process, it should go to.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with that, Councillor Karen. I'm assuming your comments the same, so we'll go to.
No, Chair, you mustn't preempt. No, it's not the same. I just want to check, Chair, if anybody should abstain, is it going to be recorded on the minutes of this County Council meeting? If anybody abstains.
Councillor Karen, I thought explained it before. The record of voting will be attached to the minutes, and your abstention won't be recorded in the minutes themselves, but the record of voting is attached to them.
No, sorry.
But you've asked a question about this meeting, and Council, that's what will happen for this meeting, I promise you. So if you have any queries about previous meetings, can we deal with it outside this meeting, because it's not appropriate?
Okay, appropriately we will, and due respect. Thank you.
Thank you, members. We're going to online vote, please. Oh, not an electronic vote, not an online vote. I do apologise. We're waiting for that to come now. Members, while we're waiting for that to come in, those members have got their cameras up. It's so much easier for me to deal with matters if you do take your cameras down, so I'd appeal to you to do so. Right, the electronic vote is there. It's 14:01.
Chairman, just to let you know, I've been able to vote electronically this time.
Thank you, Councillor Cath. Members are just giving a bit of progression to the electronic vote as we're in a new meeting. We're just seeing if we can get some consistency. Members, I think we've got a good complement of electronic votes now, so I'm going to close the electronic votes. Councillor Michael, I'm assuming you're still struggling, so I'm coming to you for the vote, please.
For.
Members, please indicate if there are others who are struggling. Councillor Karen?
Against, Chair.
Other members?
Abstain.
Councillor Gareth, I think that was, yeah?
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Gareth. Members, if there are no others, I'm closing the vote. Members of the public, just to keep you updated, we're waiting for a result of item 7 on the agenda, council tax resolution, where we've completed an electronic vote. We're just waiting for the calculations to come through to see the result of that vote. Members, I believe we're not too far away, just a few technical issues on the new voting, so we're just awaiting that.
Apologies for the delay, members. We have the result: 33 for, 25 against, 3 abstentions, 61 votes cast.
Thank you. Members, the item at agenda item 7 has been carried. Members, we move on to item 8 on the agenda, approving a delivery agreement for the Powys Replacement Local Development Plan, agreeing its submission to Welsh Government. I'm going to introduce Councillor Bev now, followed by the Head of Property Planning and Public Protection, William Davis. So, Councillor Bev.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Yes, it's with great pleasure that I can be able to present this paper to you this afternoon. Obviously, members will be aware I only recently took over the planning aspect of Cabinet portfolio, so it's been a very it's a interesting time with the replacement local development plan. So I'm pleased to present the paper to you today. I'm sure members have all read Appendix 1, looked through it, which details timelines and agreements set as proposed agreements, subject to your agreement obviously to this afternoon, how we will take the replacement local development plan forward. I would just like to mention before I hand over to Peter Morris is with us, who is the head of planning, that will take us through the paper implicitly, because obviously he's done a huge amount of work on this. But before I hand over, I just wanted to clarify for members that the paper has been through the working group. We do have a local development plan working group, and I was pleased to join them a few weeks ago, and it was discussed at great length. So that was a very good afternoon spent. So if that's okay, Chairman, I'll hand over to, well, I don't know if Gwynam would like to say anything, but I think I'll hand over to Peter, I think, if that's okay.
Thank you, portfolio holder. Yeah, Gwynam's not appeared, so I'm assuming I'll quickly just run through this for members. Afternoon, members. The original, the existing adopted local plan was adopted back in 2018. There is a statutory review period every 4 years for a local development plan. So we've reached that, or we're about to reach it in April. In terms of background, we monitor the local development plan. We see how it's performing, and we did so, and we published an annual report. Last one was published last October, and that indicated that there was a need to begin the review process for the plan. So we've actually undertaken and prepared a review report as well, which has been through the Officer Member Local Development Plan Working Group. And that concluded that we've reached the point where we need to start a replacement local development plan. Cabinet have approved the review report on its meeting on the 22nd of February. So it's been through that process. So the very first stage in preparing a replacement local development plan has to be setting out what's called the delivery agreement, which is what we've attached as Appendix 1. We've drafted the delivery agreement, as the portfolio has said, as officers, but we've taken it through the Officer Member Local Development Plan Working Group. We also undertook some consultation on it, shortened period, but through January this year. We didn't have much response on it. I think we had 19 responses, and we've appended those actually into the delivery agreement itself, so you can see what comments people said and organisations said, and what we recommend we do about those comments as well. And we've incorporated any changes into the delivery agreement. So say it's not required that we do that, but it's good practice to do so. It's all about trying to engage people and raise awareness. So we've done that. Main purpose is timetable and involvement scheme, how we go about involving people. Overall, the time scale very much it looks at when the existing adopted LDP will expire, and that runs to the moment to the 31st of March 2026. So we're looking at trying to make sure we have a replacement ready and adopted because we want to avoid having any gap period. Welsh Government set out overall time frame. They have a manual as well as the regulations that we have to work to preparing a development plan. That sets a time frame of 3.5 years plus 3 months slippage. So that's very much what we've done in the plan or in the delivery agreement. We've suggested that process. Involvement wise, there are obviously regulatory requirements. We have to involve certain organisations, adjoining authorities, adjoining community councils, like our own community councils. So they're all spelt out and specified within the delivery agreement. There are also organisations and individuals that are much harder to reach. And we've also proposed how we could go about involving as many and as wide an audience as possible in the plan's preparation. Okay. Overall, the plan would look forward, assuming it's agreed, we'll look forward a period of 2022 to 2037. That's the actual plan period of the LDP. As the leader introduced at the start, and the chief exec, Mid Wales CJC has another requirement, which again is a statutory requirement to prepare a strategic development plan. That's very. There are 4 proposed, as you'll be aware, for across Wales. The Mid Wales one, we will begin looking at options around how we do that for the CJC later this year. That will have to follow a similar process. A delivery agreement will be required for that as well. There's no way that we're going to see an SDP or strategic development plan ready in time, which would avoid the gap. And actually, where the development plan system is going in Wales, it's in transition. We've got an all Wales development plan, Future Wales, and that's very much at that national level, which Welsh Government adopted last February, February 21, just over 12 months ago now. And then we're going to see in the future, we'll have this model of an all Wales development plan, Future Wales, 4 regional strategic development plans. And beneath that, we will see what are called LDP lights, so slimmed down versions of local development plans. LDP lights would contain all the site allocations and any local policies relevant to each area. You cannot start an LDP light until a strategic development plan is in place. So we're probably looking at the closest 9, maybe 10 years before we'd have that system in place. That is the future model, though. So in my mind, this is probably the last LDP that we will see, but we need it if we're going to have planning policies in place to assist making planning decisions as we move forward. Okay, I think Chair and Portfolio Holder, that's probably all I need to say. Subject, maybe just to say, subject to your approval, we will look to submit this. Welsh Government must approve the delivery agreement, and we probably look to delay submitting it probably to the 1st of June. Under the regulations, they have 4 weeks to turn around a decision on that. So that would then look at us starting really the LDP process proper, forming a new officer member local development plan working group with new members of the new council. So that's the proposal I'm putting to you. Okay, I'm going to hand back to either Portfolio Holder or Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. We're working towards a Speak Now app in the chat box, but I'm assuming now Councillor Carl, you wish to speak.
Yes, Chair. Just happy to second that recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor Carl. Councillor Jake is in the Speak Now app, please. Councillor Jake.
Hi, and thank you very much, Peter. I wouldn't have expected anything less than a thorough piece of work from yourself, which is what this is. It's very well put together. It's a good read. It's timely, and it naturally follows on from where we are with last year's annual monitoring report, which clearly gave no opportunity but to trigger the review that we face now. And I think you've summarised it really well. Just looking through here at the risks section, I see those risks are principally around delivering the SDP on time to budget and meeting all those requirements, which you've very thoroughly assessed. But of course, we're at the point of the review because of a few issues that we have with the delivery of the existing plan, which were highlighted in the AMR, and those surround site allocations and land coming forward in a timely way for development, as I see it, which you're suggesting are going to be picked up at a LDP light stage, so site allocation at that stage. Bearing in mind the risks that we faced before and the difficulties that we have with, to put it bluntly, landowner hoarding of applications, consent sites, and of course the difficulties we have now with our water situation, which you briefed us on before. To what extent is that now a risk in the SDP, or is it a risk which would be transferred across to the LDP light, at which point we'll be looking at sites? That's where I'm going with what the risks around that are.
Yeah, so this report is very much about the replacement local development plan, which would be all of Powys, excluding the Brecon Beacons National Park. Okay, the strategic development plan is much wider. It's for the region of Mid Wales, so it's Ceredigion, Powys and the Powys area within the Brecon Beacons National Park. So it's a much wider area. That as a development plan needs to get started. And as I said just now, we'll begin to look at options around that, and we'll have to prepare a delivery agreement. It needs to be resourced and looked at. The issues that would face are similar. So the issues you've raised about water quality and delivery are similar. I think as we're going forward with assuming council approves the delivery agreement and we start on that process, I think when we look at evidence and so on, we're going to be back looking, it's very much at things like dwelling requirements and housing need and what Powys needs, and trying to work out how we deliver that in the best way. I think you are right, the annual monitoring report detected a slowdown in what we thought was our intentions haven't been sort of met, where we thought we'd be with build rates and so on. And I think we will see the water quality issue having impacted on that. We know it will have done in the south of the county, where we have these special areas for conservation, the River Sack catchments. But we're very much going forward, the big effort will be looking at evidence. The whole of the plan is built around the evidence of need and what our forward needs will be over that 15-year plan period. So I'm not sure if I fully answered your question, but they are very separate processes. I'd like to think as we go forward, the work that we do, and it's my ambition that we do it this way, becomes the building blocks. So any work we do on evidence is building blocks for a more regional plan as well. So, and I will be collaborating all the way on that with officers in the two other planning authorities, in the National Park Authority and Ceredigion. We'll do this together if we can.
Thank you. Fully support the piece of work.
Thank you, Peter. I'm not seeing anybody else indicating, so I'm looking to go towards an approval for this recommendation. Members, again, I'm in your hands. I'm suggesting that we take this in silence, but again, if anybody has the desire to go to an electronic vote, I will accommodate. Councillor Bebb, you're indicating.
Yeah, would you like me to read the recommendation? Because I didn't actually read it, Councillor Grimber. Sorry.
Yeah,
Chairman.
it's you can do that. It's on page 49. Recommendation is at item 9. Thank you, Councillor Bebb.
I just wanted to, yeah, okay. So it is just to Powys County Council is recommended that Powys County Council approves the Powys RLDP, which is the regional replacement local delivery plan, delivery agreement as set out in Appendix 1, and agrees to its submission to the Welsh Government.
Thank you, Councillor Bev. Members, nobody has indicated that they don't wish me to take this in silence, so I'll take it in silence. Are we in approval of this recommendation of this report?
Yes.
Anybody to the contrary? Thank you. Peter, thank you for your work on this. Bev, your recommendation has been accepted and the report has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Members, we move on to item 9 on our agenda, which is the pay policy statement 2022-23. To consider the pay policy statement for 2022-23. Members will recall, as we've done previously, it will mean that our officers will have to leave the meeting. I'm asking members that to facilitate the meeting that Stephen Wynne and our translator stay in the meeting, and also Graham Evans, who will inform us of the pay structure in the meeting. Otherwise, I will ask others to leave the meeting if that is okay. Is that the correct procedure, Clive?
That's correct, Chair. But, there was no comments about giving dispensation for those 4 officers to remain to facilitate the debate, so I'm happy with that.
Members happy to continue? Members, thank you. We'll give an opportunity for officers to leave the meeting, and then we'll go to the portfolio. Aled.
Thank you, Gwynfor. I assume all officers.
Yeah, I think we've got clarity on that now. Councillor Aled and Graham, obviously. It's on pages 105 to 128 in your brief. Thank you, Aled.
Yes, and the actual appendix of the pay policy itself starts at 109. The all English and Welsh local authorities are required under local government legislation to produce and publish a pay policy statement each financial year. So all councillors will have seen this in previous years. The pay policy statements set out the Council's approach in accordance with the requirements of Section 38.1 of the Localism Act 2011. The Act requires English and local authorities to produce and publish a pay policy statement by the 31st of the upcoming financial year. Chair, I'm in your hands. The numbers and figures within the pay policy have been updated and slight amendments made, but nothing of note since the last year. Whether Graham Evans would like to comment at this stage, or open to councillors to ask questions. Thank you.
Welcome, Graham. Anything to add now before we go to questions?
Yeah, just one point. The pay tables covering the NJC and Salisbury within the pay policy. We've actually had national agreement on the 2021 rates. Came through at the start of this week, so the rates shown in the pay policy will be updated prior once hopefully it's accepted and prior to publication. But just a point that I think, as in previous years, it's not the rates of pay that members are actually voting on here. It's the actual pay policy prior to its publication. So, thank you.
Thank you for that clarity, Graham. Members, there's an app in the box. Please raise your hand if you've got some comment or question or clarity which you require. Members, I'm going straight to the recommendation. The recommendation is on page 107, top of the page, to approve the attached pay policy statement. Members, you've all gone very silent on me, and please correct me if I'm rushing through. But members, if you're happy to take in silence again, I am happy to do so as well.
I'm happy to put that policy forward. I'm seeing Councillor Bev. I'm guessing Councillor Bev might be happy to second.
Thank you.
I'm also happy to second it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Marie. Members, I'm going to take it in silence as there has been no. The recommendation on 107 is to approve the attached pay policy statement. Members, anybody to the contrary? Members, the recommendation, Councillor Aled, has been accepted. Thank you, Graham, for your contribution to today's meeting. At this point, we will ask officers to come back in, and we'll continue with our meeting. Appreciate it will take a few seconds to do so. So if you bear with us while officers come back in, we'll move on with the agenda after. Thank you very much, everybody.
Diolch, Graham.
Diolch.
It's nice to see Lake Burnley in the background as well. Welcome back, Clive. Just wait for a bit of clarification on others returning, and then we're good to go once we've got the heads up. Yeah, thank you. I think we've got officers back in now. Thank you for coming back so swiftly. Members, we're back on to item 10 on your agenda, the Constitution. Consider the report of Head of Legal and Democratic Services. It's good that you returned, Clive.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. The report which you have in front of you is essentially the same report that was considered by Democratic Services at its meeting on the 21st of February of this year. In essence, it puts in place recommendations to allow us to comply with the Local Government and Elections Wales Act 2021. Members will see that the report has 12 different sections containing 23 recommendations. Chair, I'm conscious of time constraints, but don't wish to hurry the debate. I'm happy to go through the report section by section, or deal with them all in one go. I'm open to suggestions from members, really.
Members, you've heard the monitoring officer's comments. I appreciate it's a comprehensive document. The recommendations are detailed on pages 129 to 136, is it? Yeah. And the rest of the documentation is there to show the alterations. Happy to take them all in one go. Clive, please proceed.
Well, Chair, I'm assuming the members will have read the documentation. There are amendments to various sections of the Constitution, sections 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 13, 20, 23. Chair, and also there is contained on page 295 of the bundle to 334 a quick guide to the Constitution, which was drafted by a firm of external solicitors on behalf of the WLGA called Brown Jacobson. Those solicitors were employed by WLGA to provide the draft, and the draft is on those two come into Rule 453.3, the extraneous 0.5 was meaningless, and I made the amendment pursuant to Rule 2.7, which indicates the monitoring officer can make minor amendments which are a typographical error and are contradictory. Without removal of that, it does contradict other sections in the Constitution. Chair, unless there are questions from any of the members, or members want me to go through any of the proposed amendments to any of those sections, I would ask for a proposer and a seconder to all 23 recommendations in the report.
Members, Councillor Elwyn, Councillor Jonathan, there is a speak up in the chat box, but we'll take Councillor Elwyn followed by Councillor Jonathan first.
Yeah, Cadeirydd, just to say I formally move the recommendations as contained in the report.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan.
Yes, I'd like to formally second the recommendations as approved in the report.
Thank you. Councillor Jackie.
I was going to second, but Jonathan's got in there before me.
Happy days, happy days. Members, any other queries or questions or comments? No, members, you've heard the recommendation. What was it, Clive? 1, 2.
There are 23 recommendations.
23 recommendations.
23 recommendations there, Chair. I think that Wyn is able to produce an electronic voting app for that, or members can take it by silence and without any dissent.
Members, should we take it in silence?
Yes.
Members, you've heard the recommendations as declared by the monitoring officer. Recommendations 1 to 23. Unless there's anybody to the contrary, we will accept the recommendations. Thank you. Those recommendations have been carried. That's at item 10 on the Constitution. Item 11 on your agenda is the petition scheme. And again, this is with Head of Legal and Democratic Services.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Members will find this report in the supplementary agenda. Chair, you members will see from the report that it is a requirement of the Local Government and Elections Wales Act 2021 that we must publish a petition scheme, and we must do so to take effect in May of this year. Chair, once again, this petition scheme, which is in front of you today and appears in Appendix 2, Appendix 1, which is on page 221 to 229, Chair, that petition scheme has been considered by the Democratic Services Committee again on the 21st of February 2022. That committee was asked to consider just a couple of things, Chair, in terms of to give a view for consideration by full council today. The first of those things was what minimum age, if any, should we have for individuals signing a petition or submitting a petition? The Chair, the recommendation from the DSC was that it should be for 10 years and over. Chair, as a result of the recommendation from Councillor Jackie, we did write to the Children's Commissioner for a view on this, but unfortunately we haven't had a response yet. But of course, we didn't give her very much time to do so. So that's that one. The other Chair, thing which was considered by DSC, Chair, and for consideration by Council today, is the threshold for the number of valid signatures to amount to a valid petition. And Chair, you'll see in the documentation at Appendix 1 a trawl of various local authorities and the thresholds which they have set. Now, DSC considered each of those in turn, in fact, considered them almost separately, line by line, and the suggestion from them was to adopt the one proposed by Bridgend, and that's set out in the documentation, Chair. And also the other recommendation from DSC was that as a petition scheme is a new thing for the council, that we need to review it, and it should be reviewed by the DSC after 12 months of operation. So that forms the recommendations, Chair. Happy to take any questions.
Again, Clive, are we looking for a proposer and seconder?
Proposer and seconder, Chair.
Yeah. Councillor Elwyn, thank you. Seconder. Councillor Jackie, thank you very much. Members, you've heard the monitoring officer's comments. Any comments, questions? Councillor Matthew.
Thank you, Chair. Clive, can I just ask you a couple of things in relation to this? Firstly, I want to make clear that I welcome it. I think it's a powerful tool for petitions to be able to be signed up to by people in our communities, and it helps us as politicians understand what some of the hot topics and feelings are. So I think it's appropriate that we have a mechanism to consider them as a council, and I think it's been lacking for some time. But I guess my question is about the mechanism and the facility for this. So one of the papers that was tabled with it indicates that a petition could be hosted via the council website, e-petitions on Modern Gov. I've seen that facility on the website, so I know it exists. If we facilitate it via that mechanism, do we then become the data controller for the petition? And if so, what consideration have we given to the age at which a person can sign a petition, and in particular about their capacity to be able to give consent?
That is a really good question, Councillor Matthew, and it was one of the things which perplexed DSC when we looked at it, because what we do have, we have a range of throughout Wales. There's a range of age groups. The lowest is Merthyr Tydfil, who has an age of 10 upwards, Councillor Matthew, and it's about member. A child understanding what they're signing and making sure that they understand the consequence of doing so. So, as Councillor Jackie did recommend that we wrote to the Children's Commissioner on that, and we have done so. We haven't had a response yet. So, in terms of this, the recommendation from DSE was to go to an age of 10 and above to match that of Merthyr, because on the basis that it might be discriminatory for children for children below that age. So that's what the recommendation was. I hope that sort of explains it, Councillor Matthew.
It sort of does and doesn't, Clive, really. So I'm totally supportive of engaging young people in the political process. The issue isn't for me about that. It's about their ability to give consent and informed consent. And is that the responsibility of a parent or guardian? And I'm just not sure you've answered that, but I'm happy to support it, subject to getting some answers on that issue.
Chair, it's a bit of both, isn't it? It's for the parent or the guardian to understand whether their child understands what the question is and what the debate is about, and that's we as a council can't control that, because of course we're not there when every person signs the petition. So that is a matter for the parent or guardian.
I'm giving you some thinking time there, Councillor Matthew.
Well, I accept what Clive's saying, but if we're hosting that petition by Modern Gov, we're responsible for that data. And
we have the data, but we're responsible for how whether that they choose to enter that petition. So we'll have the data, and the data will be recorded, and of course we'll have a policy of removing that data when it's no longer needed.
I'm not convinced, though, whilst I hear what you're saying, I'm not convinced that if we are hosting and holding the data and the petition is being run via our website, that we don't have a responsibility for ensuring that somebody is able to give consent.
It's impossible for us to know when in each individual is going to sign an electronic petition, Councillor Matthew. We're simply not going to be in place at every time that it's going to happen. So it has to be the control of the parent or guardian.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comment?
Yes.
Yeah. Not sure who that was. Councillor Linda.
Yeah. If we're not sure on this, should it not go back to Democratic Services, or at least wait until we've had a response or not? Because it was proposed that 16 be the age of the committee, but then that didn't win the vote on the day. So if we're having now doubts about 10 being an age that's suitable, I'm just wondering, have we thought this through enough?
Councillor Linda, it is for you to propose an amendment. If you wish to propose an amendment, it's only a recommendation from DSC. I understand the concerns which have been raised by Councillor Matthew, and as I said, 10 is lots of other authorities have 14 or 16, which is the date when they take pupils take exams. But 10 was considered to be approved by DSE, but it's open to council to change that if they want to do so. Well, what I'm concerned about is that the Act requires us to have this in place by May. If we don't have time to go back and refer to the DSE and come back to council for full approval. We will review it, and that's the point. We have to review it and look at its application to see how it's been applied.
Councillor Jackley has indicated.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Councillor Linda is quite right. We did have a full debate about this at the Democratic Services, and we did come to a resolution at the end of it, and this is the recommendation that we're putting. One of the reasons being that a child from the age of 10 is actually criminally responsible for their actions, so they are responsible for their actions, and they should be able to participate in petitions which particularly are associated with their needs. it seems to make absolute sense. And that was the reason why I wanted the Commissioner to respond to a request from the monitoring officer, because I am sure the Children's Commissioner would also want children to be able to participate in petitions that come from county councils in this way, because after all, we're delivering services for them and they should be able to participate in some way to those services. And if they feel strongly enough to want to sign a petition, I think they should be able to do so. So as I say, we did have a full debate on this, and it was decided that we could check up on those signatures in the same way as we do for adults. We use the electoral system to check up on adults and their and whether they are residing in the county, and we can do exactly the same for children because they will be on our education list. So those were the concerns and the debates that we had. But if children are culpable for their actions from the age of 10 and are so in a court of law, I think they're quite capable of putting their signature to a petition.
Councillor Peat.
Yeah, the substantive point that Jackie makes is one I was going to, but I have a suggestion as a way forward. I am quite comfortable with 10, but we have asked the Children's Commissioner for their comment. We have a legal imperative to do this now. Can I suggest that we bring this to a vote now, but we ask the monitoring officer to evaluate what the Children Commissioner's response is, and if they come back with a response that is contrary to the way that we have voted today, that he brings that forward as an amendment or a motion for debate for the earliest meeting of full council in the new term.
Yep, Councillor Rachel.
Sorry, Chair. I'm not quite comfortable with comparisons of children being criminalised, and I think Councillor Matthews' statement is about consent. They're two very, very different things. And just to clarify, we have got lots of mechanisms within the council in raising the voice of the young people, such as the participation team and Junior Start. We've got loads of mechanisms. I just wanted to be clear, really. I'm not comfortable with those comparisons and the justification. Children absolutely have a voice and a right, and we have mechanisms within the council to support that. I just think that we need to be careful what we state in this forum for justification of decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rachel. I have Councillor Elwyn. Councillor Gareth Morgan is also indicating. And,
thank you, Chair. Just to let you know that, in actual fact, we've just had an email from the commissioners with the letter, and I've glanced over it, and my understanding is she's actually very keen for all young people of whatever age to be able to participate in such petitions. That's my take on it.
Thank you, Councillor Elwyn. I hadn't seen that. I engaged in the meeting, and oh gosh, 1418, I can see it come in.
Councillor Gareth, please.
I think this is a very interesting and exciting new development, because we are giving young people a vote at a younger age now, and I think it's important that they're encouraged to participate in all matters democratic. There's just one thing that concerns me. Looking at Appendix 2, this is in the supplementary pack, and it's paragraph 11. What can I do if I feel my petition has not been dealt with properly? And the answer to that is that the matter is, please contact the monitoring officer who will review your complaint. Now, are we really satisfied, with due respect to our monitoring officer, but are we really satisfied that that is the case? Because the monitoring officer, when having to review it, is a person who is very involved with council decisions and policy and this type of thing. And I personally would feel happier if somebody felt disaffected, that there was somebody more independent to take a decision on the complaint, or that there be a person to whom an appeal can be made.
Chair, can I sort of answer Councillor Gareth Morgan on that aspect? Of course, provided the threshold has been met, it results in a number of things which happen. As members will see from the documentation, it either means a response from the director or as a lead member, and if you're not happy with that, you would normally have a complaint under the complaints procedure. At the other end of the scale, there is a debate in a committee or in full council, and if a member is not happy, if a petitioner is unhappy with the way it's been dealt with in full council, when they always have the opportunity of complaining to the ombudsman about that, but they also have the opportunity of taking the matter to judicial review should they not be happy with it. So
few people have the financial resources to go to a judicial review, as you well know.
Absolutely, Councillor Gareth. But what we don't want to do is to put in place a mechanism by which there are if a matter is considered by council, for instance, the only way to complain about a decision of council is either a maladministration complaint to the ombudsman or judicial review. There should never be an independent person looking at the decisions taken by council. In terms of decisions made by officers, well, there is an internal complaints procedure for that.
All right. We'll see how it works.
Oh,
thank you very much, Councillor Linder. You've indicated again, or is that a legacy hand?
No, I was just going to say, Councillor Elwyn has brought our attention to this letter that's come in, and if Clive is happy with that, then fine. I was just going to propose a motion to say, but subject to the Commissioner's view. Yeah. But
Chair, literally until Councillor Elwyn had mentioned.
Muted.
Can't hear Clive.
Clive, you're muted. Apologies.
I'm ever so sorry, members. I was just saying that I didn't realise until Councillor Elwyn mentioned it that we have had a response during the course of this meeting from the Commissioner, which I haven't read in full because it's some 3 pages, but I have skimmed read it, and it does say the following. It is, in my opinion, that no minimum age should be placed on individuals submitting or signing a petition, particularly if there are no restrictions being imposed on an individual's capacity to understand and participate in the petition's process. The letter goes on, but the Children's Commission basically says we shouldn't set any minimum criteria. I think I'd like to reflect upon that, and certainly it's not a position which has been held by any other local authority in Wales. The lowest is 10.
Members, I think we're in a position to progress. I think it's clear that this document is open to review. Members, do you think we're in a position that we can approve this document? Yeah, members, again, it's sitting at item 11 on your agenda. We've had sufficient discussion on it, so I think we understand. We've had suggestions that it is open to review, and we have to comply with a legal requirement. So I'm suggesting once again that we accept the approval of this recommendation by silence. And anybody to the contrary, please indicate now. Members, item 11, the petition scheme has been approved. Members, appointment of independent, the lay members on Governance and Audit Committee to consider the report. It's with Clive again. It's 335 to 336. Not as straightforward as we thought it was, but again, we'll go to Clive for explanation.
Chair, when are things ever as straightforward as we had hoped it to be? Chair, members will see from the report that as a requirement of the Local Government Elections Wales 2021 Act, the Governance and Audit Committee from May must comprise of at least 1/3 of independent members. With that view in mind, the Council has undertaken an advertisement to appoint external independent members. So we are having a governance and audit committee from May of 9 members, so that then we need 3 independent members, Chair. We went out to advert to start with, but we only had 2 applications for 3 posts. We therefore went out to a second advert and we had 8 eligible posts, and as a result of those applications, a panel which is set out in section 4 of that report proceeded to interview them, and the recommendation to council at that stage was that 3 individuals should be appointed to the independent as independent lay members of the Governance and Audit Committee. Chair, I regret to inform you that one of those 3 appointees or potential appointees has this week withdrawn for very personal reasons. We are therefore left in a situation that by May we are required to have a Governance and Audit Committee consisting of 3 independent members, but subject to what Council says now, we only have 2 which are appointable. Chair, the amendment to the recommendation is that members appoint Mr. Gareth Hall and Mrs. Lynn Hamilton as independent members for a period of 5 years from the 5th of May. We then have to consider what we do in terms of the 3rd independent member position, which now remains vacant. Chair, I see that Councillor John Morris has come up on the screen. Councillor John was involved in the recruitment process with Councillor Beverly Bynum, Ali Davis, and David Meredith. Chair, we did interview a number of people, and I'm going to stop there because I suspect that Councillor John has a suggestion. Do you, John?
Well, I'm not sure if this is the right time. I do have, but I'm not sure if this is the right time, Chair. I did have a comment. If you remember, if it's in connection with Mr. John Broughton, is that what you're meaning?
Yes, John. For me, sorry, if I could sort of explain, we have probably 2 options here, don't we, members? Yes. We have an option that this council can give delegated authority to the panel set out at paragraph 4 to decide and appoint a 3rd member on behalf of council. We can do that, or we can have a further debate at this and see what we can do during the course of this meeting. Either of those is permissible, and I'm open to suggestions from members as to how we proceed.
Okay, I'll continue very briefly then, Chair. We obviously had 3. John Broughton did apply this time round, but because he'd already done 2 terms, it was not technically recommended that, he cannot do a 3rd. However, that is a recommendation, and we discussed at length with Clive whether we should interview John at that time or not. And the only reason we could have appointed him at that time is if we didn't have 3 appropriate applicants. At that time, we did have 3 appropriate applicants. We didn't have any more than 3 appropriate applicants. So it does leave us able to consider that we extend John Broughton's term to a 3rd term. So I'm not sure whether we can do it at this council meeting today or it has to go back to the panel, but I would certainly be one, and I'm sure most people in this room would want to encourage that John continues. Sorry, Clive, you got your hand up.
I'll come on. You finish, John. I'll come in after you.
Would continue because it does give us a continuation of lay member into the next council, which I think is very, very vital. So I think it's up to, I mean, I would propose that, but we'll leave it there for now and see what other people have got to say.
Before you come in, Clive, I think Councillor Pete and Councillor Jeremy's comments will be very similar, so we're going to take them first.
My comments are similar but different in so much as when we were just approving a report, it was one thing, but we are now discussing the merits or otherwise of individuals, and I wonder whether it is appropriate for them to discuss these matters in a public session.
I
see Clive's guidance.
I think it is open to council on this particular occasion to do so, Councillor Pete. And the reason why I say that is that the Welsh Government guidance on this is clear. It says it is recommended that a lay member should not be appointed for more than 2 full terms of a local authority. And in terms of the legal aspect of that, this is statutory guidance. We should be following that unless there is a really good reason not to do so. And I mean, there must be a really good reason not to do so. What we have been through at this moment in time, we've been through two advertisements, and as Councillor John indicated, we may not have an alternative here, but it does impact upon others, and I'm changing my mind as I speak. Councillor Pete, you are probably right. We shouldn't be discussing this in this meeting. I'm sorry, you're probably right.
Can I suggest, and I'll take that back, and that we move it back to the panel to come back with a recommendation.
Councillor Jeremy, you've heard the comments, so please be mindful of that. Councillor Jeremy. Councillor Jeremy.
Sorry, I fully endorse John voting and being put.
Councillor Jeremy, I'm sorry. I think we've come to a conclusion that we can't be discussing individuals. So yeah, acknowledge what you're trying to say. Councillor William.
Chair, in the light of the advice, I shall refrain from doing what I was about to do enthusiastically. Thank you very much.
Members, you've heard the comments today. Are we in a position to appoint them 2 lay members and take that third to the panel once again, or Clive, are we saying that we're not making no appointments?
Chair, I think we must appoint the 2, that's Mr. Gareth Morgan and Mrs. Lynn Hamilton. We must do that today, and that's quite permissible. In terms of the appointment of the third, there is 2 things which we can do, and we can take it. This council can authorise that panel to make the decision on its behalf, give it delegated authority. Alternatively, it can ask it to come back to council with a recommendation, but that recommendation may not be brought for a considerable period of time, and because of the next ordinary meeting of council is in the autumn. In the meantime, of course, we have a governance and audit committee which isn't doesn't have 3 independent members attached to it, and that would produce us in a very difficult situation. So my preferred course of action would be to give delegated authority to the panel chair. That's my recommendation. That way we can be compliant within the timescales that are required by the Act.
Chairman, if I may interject, our monitoring officer referred to one of the members as being Mr. Gareth Morgan. You meant Mr. Gareth Hall, I hope.
I'm ever so sorry, Gareth.
Well, don't worry, but just for the record, let's get it right.
Hey, members, let's move on. I've got Councillor Allard wishing to make a comment, Councillor Phil, and then we're going to come to a decision on this.
Yes, can I suggest we follow the recommendation of Clive Finney and delegate it to the selection panel so we can make progress on this.
I will second Allard's proposition.
Thank you, Councillor Mike. I'm waiting for Councillor Phil to come in.
I was going to do what Michael has just done and second the proposal made by Councillor.
Thank you, members. The suggestion is that we appointed 2 lay members today, and in respect of the third member, we give delegated powers to the committee. This has always already been information to appoint that third member so that we comply with good governance. I'm assuming that's the way you want to take it forward, members. So I'm going to judge on your silence. Is there anybody to the contrary to that suggestion? Members, we have concluded item 12 on your agenda and appointed lay members to our Governance and Audit Committee. Thank you very much. Item 13, similar report, appointments to the Standing Committee to consider a report by the Head of Legal and Democratic Services.
Thank you, Chair. As members will see from the report, we have had a resignation from the Standards Committee from Mrs. Chris Mulholland. I would like to thank, on behalf of the Council, Ms. Chris Mulholland for her work on the Standards Committee over the last few years. We have a vacancy in that position now, Chair, and the purpose of this report is to get Council's agreement to commence a recruitment process, and that's simply what this recommendation does. Ask for a proposer and a seconder.
Members.
Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mike, Councillor Rosemary. Members, do you wish to have any comment on this, or do you wish to just commence with that process as recommended?
Commence as recommended.
Thank you very much. Anybody to the contrary? I'm sorry if you feel I'm rushing, members, please speak up, but I'm conscious of the fact that we have lots to do, and when we got the business of the meeting, I think it's appropriate that we conduct it like this, but please speak up if you feel it's not being conducted properly. Item 14 on your agenda is appointment to committees. Again, the detail is there before you. Clive, update?
Chair, in normal circumstances, I would just read out what's in there, but in essence, Councillor Phil Pritchard has been replaced on various groups. The detail is in the document, and for the ease of for speed purposes, I don't intend to read them out, Chair. It's in the document already. These changes have already taken effect.
Members, can we please adopt those recommendations in silence, please? Anybody to the contrary?
Chair, we don't need approval. These have taken place. These are nominations by group leaders.
Oh, thank you very much. Members, the information is there before you. Item 15 on the agenda. This item has already been discussed in declarations of interest. There were many members that declared an interest, including myself. Members, the advice has been given to myself that I leave the chair. I'm able to stay in the meeting, but the matter will now be dealt with Councillor Gareth Ratcliffe, who is Vice Chair of Council.
Chair, we would normally have a list of those individuals who declared an interest in this matter. It is a very long list, and I'm happy to do so if members wish me to do so. The public at home may not have been around at the time, and in normal circumstances we would do so. But what I would say that even though there was a list of long declarations, the Standards Committee has given a dispensation, a general dispensation to all members to talk about agricultural and farming matters, and they can speak on those matters, but they can't vote. So even though there's been a long list of declarations, many members can participate in the debate, but they can't vote. We'll see at the end of the meeting how many people can vote, Chair. I want to see whether or not we call it. But if we need to, if members think that we should read out, and technically we should, we'll try and do that, because it was members declared them variously, not all in one go. So I'm open to members' suggestions, and Councillor Rogers got his hand up.
Yeah, sorry. As the chair of this part of the meeting, I think it would be right that we actually do read the names out, because just in case someone has missed, just so, and then anyone that is missed adds their name to it. Sorry, Clive, but obviously we need to do it correctly. I wouldn't want anyone caught up not in the correct manner. So I think first of all, Clive, if you can read the names out of the ones that are there. I will bring in Roger first.
Well, I think I'm eligible for a dispensation, but I don't wish to avail of it, so I would declare an interest and leave the meeting.
Okay. Chair, can I pass over to Steve? Steve has the list. He will do his best, Chair. So if anybody has declared an interest and Steve has missed it out on the list, which he'll now read out, can members please correct him? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Clive. So you've heard members, the names will be read out now. If your name is missed and you have or need to declare an interest at the end, please come in. So over to Steve. Thank you, Steve.
Chair, the declarations I've noted are Councillors Rachel Powell, David Price, Linda Corfield, Stephen Hayes, Garth Jones, E. Michael Jones, Aled Davis, Jonathan Wilkinson, Michael J. Jones, Arwell Jones, William Powell, Edwin Roderick, Peter Lewis, Rosemary Harris, David Thomas, Lucy Roberts, David Evans, Kelvin Curry, Elwyn Vaughan, Emir Jones, Karen Laurie Parry, Di Davis, Gareth Pugh, John Morris, Carl Lewis, Jack Berryman, Diane Jones-Poston, Dan Rowlands, Joy Jones, Bryn Davis, Gwynfor Thomas and Roger Williams.
Chairman, that's everybody bar me. What have I done?
And me, Councillor Phil, so don't worry. We've got two hands up.
All right.
Two hands up on the speaker app. Councillor Kath Roberts-Jones first, please.
I was merely going to say they should be read out for the benefit of the public as much as ourselves.
Thank you very much. Councillor Catherine.
Yeah, just to say that although it doesn't constitute a farm, I do possess 5 acres on which trees could be planted, so I should probably declare an interest.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jake.
Sorry, I'm put my hand up there to speak after the motion has been put.
Okay, thank you very much. Was there anyone else wishing to speak on or declare an interest at this point, please, before we open the debate? Mavan, you did come up on my camera then. Have you wishing to?
I was just waving to Councillor Pritchard to say that he wasn't the only person who hadn't got an interest. That made 3 of us between us.
Okay, well, let's test the room. Let's test the room then, members. So if you can put your mics off, and we will go to Councillor Elwyn to take us through this motion. Councillor Elwyn.
Thank you, Chair. Well, as the motion is fairly clear in its aims, there has been a great deal of concern in recent weeks and months about the new tendency of large corporations jumping on the bandwagon in relation to environmental greenwashing, as many would call it. The tendency is to purchase large tracts of farms and land in our communities with a view of planting them with trees, getting very often grant aid through the Gloucester grants or other pots of money, while still continuing to pollute our environment. People like organisations such as Heathrow and Gatwick have been given as examples before now. One example of this is the 12 farms from Llanwrtyd to Llanymddyfri have been bought in recent months, which is quite intense for such a small geographical area. And as a rural county, as Quarter of Wales, it is obviously they will have more impact on us here than many other places. However, it is interesting to read that only this morning my attention was drawn to a new report by IPCC, the experts on environmental matters, launched only this week in New Zealand, and I quote, one of the criticisms they make is about silo thinking, and it says, vested interest in forestry and carbon farming, a focus on short-term profit, greenwashing, and a failure to think about the complex interactions between ecosystems, communities, prosperity and well-being have led New Zealand up a blind alley in tackling climate change. The uncontrolled conversion of sheep and beef farmland to monoculture plantations is happening at a pace, etc., etc. So what is important to emphasize, this does not mean that we are against planting trees. This does not mean we are against environmental action. What it does mean, we are against large corporations pretending to be looking and caring for the environment. And that is why we are calling for such action and in highlighting these issues, Chair. I will leave it at there at this moment and for others to contribute.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bryn as a seconder, would you like to come in at this point or would you like to come in later on in the debate?
Mi ddoi mewn rwan os ydyn ni'n iawn.
I'll come in now if that's okay.
Yes, thank you. And if you can second it as you do that, I'd be appreciate. So over to you, Bryn. Thank you.
Iawn, diolch. Iawn, mae'r cyllideb ar gyfer cynlluniau datblygu gwledig yno am 2 reswm.
The budget for rural development plans are there for a reason.
2 reswm. I gynnal y gallu i Gymru a Phrydain Fawr i gynhyrchu bwyd o safon dda i boblogaeth y wlad.
The ability for Britain to be able to produce enough food for the population of Britain.
ac yn ail i gefnogi busnesau ac felly cymunedau gwledig.
And secondly, to support businesses in rural communities.
Mae'r gallu presennol i gorfforaethau tramor derbyn taliadau gwledig hyn a'i dygid yn syth allan o'r wlad yn groes i holl ddiben y taliadau hyn.
The ability of actual commercial from abroad, commercial businesses from abroad to come in and to take these payments is what's happening at the moment.
Ac yn groes i holl ddiben y taliadau hyn.
And it goes totally against the grain of the intention of these payments.
Yma yng Nghymru ac yn Powys yn arbennig, mae gennym ddegawdau os nad ganrif a mwy o brofiad o hyn.
Here in Powys and in Wales, we've got actually tens of years of experience of this, indeed perhaps hundreds of years.
Beth sy'n o'r hyn sy'n digwydd pan fo'r rheolaeth ar ein adnoddau naturiol a'r elw cysylltiedig yn gorwedd ymhell tu hwnt i'n byd hoff bai.
And in truth of what actually happens when the management of these rural resources goes outside of our control here in Wales.
Dwi'n cynrychioli ward Llanwddyn.
I represent the ward of Llanwddyn.
Yn oes Victoria, gwerthwyd pentref cyfan a dwsinau o ffermydd gan iall Powys i gorfforaeth Lerpwl a'i boddi.
Here in Victorian times, a whole village and an area was actually sold to the Earl of Powys in order to be able to supply water to Birmingham.
Gwerthwyd gan iall Powys. Yn yr 20fed ganrif, gorchuddwyd miloedd o erwau gan goedwig pîn a chollwyd tyddynod di-ri, yr holl tu hwnt i reolaeth y cymdogaeth.
In the 20th century, whole acres were actually taken over by forestry and outside of our actual control.
Yn y ganrif hon, caewyd yr ysgol leol a dwy ysgol cyfagos hefyd.
In this century, a local school was actually closed and schools in the area as well.
Gad i ni beidio a cherdded i mewn i ddatblygiadau gwledig y dyfodol a'n llygad ar gau.
Let us not walk into the rural developments of the future with our eyes closed.
Daesyfaf i chi gefnogi'r cynnig hwn a dwi'n eilio fo rwan.
I implore you to support this motion and I hereby second it.
Thank you. Thank you, Bryn. You've heard the proposed and seconded. We'll now go back to the list, and Councillor Jake is first on my list. Councillor Jake.
Thank you. Sorry for the time it took to just come up there. Yes, I'm very torn about this matter, but I will be speaking against the motion this afternoon. I have to say that there is much to be admired by the motion, and I support the passion with which it is put. The overall sentiment is a good one, and indeed I have seen the afforestation of the area where I live and the loss of family farms to enterprises which seek only to plant trees for a return in carbon. And I cannot support that. I don't support that. The problem with this motion, however, is that it overreaches itself. The motion goes on beyond the first bullet point to seek additional planning powers. It goes on to suggest the establishment of new quangos. Our officers are already inundated with planning work, and we've seen what quangos can do, and it isn't always for the good that we might have intended them for. So if the mover and seconder of the motion were inclined to remove bullet points 2 and 3, I would give it my wholehearted support. Without that, however, I don't feel I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Councillor Myfanwy, and then Councillor Edwin after. Thank you, Councillor Myfanwy.
Thank you. Diolch, Mr Cadeirydd. Mae gen I pleser pur I cefnogi'r y syniad cyfan. It's my pleasure to support the whole package for 3 reasons. The first is about food miles. We have a productive countryside, and it is our duty to grow food there, food that we can eat. And it is worth remembering, especially in these very uncertain times, we have 2 choices about food, assuming that we all want to carry on eating food and rather than starving to death. We can either eat food produced in our own country or food that we import. And I had a very interesting conversation a couple of years ago at the Royal Welsh with a senior figure from the Third World who said briskly to me, do not think that you can get too dainty to see a productive field in this country and expect to be carried on our backs, because we are busy in the Third World feeding ourselves. And I think we ignore voices from the developing world at our peril. The second reason, and this is for me the most important thing, is to do with community. We've all just come through a period of COVID, and throughout Powys, in the towns and in the countryside, people hung together, helped one another, supported their neighbours. And frankly, I didn't hear of a single huge area of forestry delivering shopping for a neighbour. Farmers are the absolute backbone of our communities up and down Powys, and they support, each farmer supports 7 other jobs in the local economy. They are the people that fill our schools, that support our local charities, that when we have storms like the other weekend, it was not big forestry companies, but farmers that were out cutting down the trees that had fallen in the way of their neighbours. We absolutely need our farmers, and our farmers need to have the opportunity to grow food and not to be harassed into schemes which are basically unproductive.
Myfanwy, can you, excuse me, Myfanwy, can you roll up, please? You've got 2 minutes as constitution. You've got 2 minutes now, so you've got 10 seconds to round up.
The third point is with regard to the impact that such changes would have on the Welsh language, which is, of course, the treasure of our rural communities. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you very much. Sorry to cut across here, Myfanwy, but I'm going to give everyone 2 minutes, and I know a lot of people would want to speak on this, so I'm going to treat everyone exactly the same and fairly. Edwin, you have 2 minutes in that time, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's good to see you looking well and healthy. It worries me, Chair, what is already happening. There's a very good book which is part of a trilogy which was written by Alexander Cordell, Rape of the Fair Country. This is what's happening in Wales at this moment in time. Wales is becoming a carbon tax haven for the world's biggest polluters. And not only that, they're claiming government funding on top of it. I worry that government is content to wind down livestock farming in the UK to fulfill climate commitments and grand images of high standards, and then to turn around and source the world to feed our nation. The Australia deal, as we know, there is nothing in it for the British farmer. It is there to prepare the place so they can export totally sheep meat and beef into this country. And also what is happening in America, they are extending their processing plants for the same plant. At this moment in time, we're barely 60% sustainable. We were up as far as 80 in the 80s, in the 1980s. I'll quote, and I've done it many a time, Dieter Helm. He's an author, he is, but he's also chief economist for DEFRA. He was awarded a knighthood approximately a year ago by Michael Gove, and he was proclaimed to be one of the greatest visionaries for agriculture that's ever been. What he advocates is to cut back production, import more, pays no credence to traceability, farm assurance, and he's all for rewilding. And we give them knighthoods. To sum up from there, Chair, it's if they want to plant trees, I suggest that the National Trust, the Welsh Government and the parks plant their own ground first and leave the agricultural sector be. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, and well done. 2 seconds off there, so that's excellent, Edwin. You're top of the class so far on that. Next speaker, please, Hal.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Elwyn and Councillor Breen for bringing this motion forward to Council. It's been a concern of mine for many years that these multinational companies buying farmland in Wales and covering them with trees. I have no objections at all to planting trees. I planted many when I was a farmer myself, so no objections at all in trees, but they got to be in the right place. So yeah, can you hear me, Chair? Yeah, right, thank you, sorry about that. Yeah, so but yeah, where was I? I've lost my train of thought now. Yeah, these multinational companies that buy farmland in Wales, complete farms and cover them with trees. Land which is capable of producing good quality food, which goes to my next point, which Councillor Myfanwy brought up about the food miles. You know, there's no point in covering our country in trees and you know, relying on imported food, which is far worse for the environment and our carbon footprint than growing our own. Because I read a report recently that one of these big ships that travel the oceans, bringing stuff from one end of the world to the other, they pollute as much as 50 million cars. So it's just not on. So, but anyway, I have to agree with Councillor Jake's suggestion that our planning department has got more than enough to do. As I've been on the planning committee for this last term, and I can see the amount of work they have. You know, putting more work on them I don't think is wise. So I would go along with Councillor Jake's suggestion that we go with the first point, but omit the other two. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I've got 2 speakers indicated at the moment on my list. Councillor Jackie next, then Councillor Peat. If anyone wishes to add, please do so. I'll be closing the debate in shortly. So, Councillor Jackie next, please.
Thank you. I couldn't possibly argue against anything that anybody has said so far. Totally agree with every point that's been made. But like Councillor Jake and Councillor Howell, I think the second 2 bullet points on this motion are really kind of wasting time in a way, wasting other time that could be spent on developing policies which really do something about the climate emergency and the nature emergency that we have at the moment. So whilst I'm full support of this motion, almost as it stands, but the 2 second points on the motion to introduce the planning development legislation, which I think is outside of our remit anyway, and the third part of the motion as well are just 2 things that we could actually spend a lot more time on doing other things that would be more productive and actually would get us somewhere. I totally agree with what everybody's saying, that large multinationals coming in and buying up land in Wales isn't the way to go forward. And carbon capture is also not the way to go forward, because by giving carbon capture over to land that should be used for food production, all we're doing is just allowing those big companies to continue to use oil and fossil fuels in a way that they've always done. And I can't support that. So yes, I support the motion almost, but I don't support the 2 second bullet points. So if Councillor Jake is going to put an amendment to this motion, I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Peat is next speaker.
Thank you, Chair. I find myself in agreement with Councillor Myfanwy, but I also find myself in agreement with Councillor Jake and Councillor Jackie. The first bullet point is clear cut and is something I can get behind and support 100%. The second one I have nervousness about. I'm not sure how practical it is, but the third one fills me with a little bit of apprehension, almost verging on horror. This is asking for us to return to the days of the Forestry Commission, but puts it as an arm's length company, and we kind of have had some bad experience of arm's length companies recently within Powys. But this means effectively the breakup of Natural Resources Wales.
And whilst that is not an ideal operation, it does bring together policy and delivery. So, like others have said, I want to support this motion. I support the sentiment of it completely. But I would ask Chair and the proposer of the motion to accept separate votes on the second and third bullet points before we come to the actual vote on the motion as a whole, so that we can take informed decisions on each of those two very different aspects, and then hopefully all of us unanimously get behind the motion in its substantive form. Thank you.
You're muted, Chair.
Sorry, that was one of my best speeches I've ever given. Sorry about that. Sorry, they have come on there. Sorry, Councillor Aled is next.
You're muted, Aled. And you're muted, Gareth.
Thank you. There's something weird going on with muting here at the moment. Sorry, Chair. I will not prolong the meeting. Edwin, Myfanwy, Howell, and everybody else have made a strong case, but just to emphasise, these will not be small copses of woods here and there. It will be blanket conifers from wall to wall. And that is just unacceptable for Mid Wales. It will decimate our communities here in Mid Wales, and I would strongly urge the council not to vote. To be honest, the voting will be rendered almost meaningless because so many of us will have to leave the meeting. Carbon capture, as Jackie said, is not the answer. It's limiting carbon production is where the answer lies. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jonathan, next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my sentiments really are very much along the same lines as Councillor Aled and Councillor Myfanwy spoke earlier, and Councillor Edwin, who I thought spoke very eloquently as well on the subject. You know, farmers have watched the majority of farmers, the development of the environmental agenda and greening with alarm, and quite rightly so. You know, the world has changed a hell of a lot in the last week. Food security shouldn't be a dirty word anymore. We really do need to be looking at UK food supply and protecting that. We've got some of the best farmers in the world in the UK, some of the best farming land. In Wales, we've got precious little very productive land, and we need to be protecting that and ensuring that we can produce as much as we can with high welfare standards. So I'd be very, very alarmed to see corporations planting thousands of acres of trees in Wales. I think it's unnecessary, and I think we need to be ensuring that we can produce food in the UK that is going to be very, very much needed. And so, you know, that's how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Beverly, next, please.
Thank you, Councillor Gareth. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat because a lot of the things I was going to say have probably already been said, but I just wanted to just mention that I would like to support the motion. We've recently experienced this very issue in my not very far away from in a neighbouring ward. Young family starting out married life tried to purchase a farm, and they were considerably outbid several times by a large corporation for this exact same purpose. So I'm very well aware of the situation. It was very concerning at the time, and it still continues to be so. We've now lost another farm down this end of the county that can no longer support the be farmed in well, I can't even speak, sorry, it's been a long day, and in an agricultural way. And will soon now be covered in trees. And whilst, as many of us all do, we're not opposed to tree planting, but it needs to be done in a sensible and appropriate manner and without the corporations buying up all this land. So I just wanted to say I support the motion. Thank you, Councillor Gareth.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rosemary, next, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll also try not to repeat what others have said. When you're way down the list, most things have been said by the time they get to you. But I think because of what's happening in Ukraine, the production of food has really been brought into sharp focus this week. And I think we in Powys can be extremely proud of the food that is produced here. Beef and lamb and chicken and game, we can be proud of what our farmers do. I think we should also be recognising the contribution of farmed grassland to the carbon measures as well. Councillor Mabamwi mentioned that the loss of children in our schools, it's a loss of a rural home as well for a rural family, and therefore a loss of a social structure in a rural area. We have quite a precious but rather fragile rural social network, and it'll be lost to the present generation, but it'll also be lost to future generations. And the cultural loss inevitably will follow. And I think also we should spare a thought for the loss of landscape to tourism. Tourism is extremely important to the Welsh economy, and we need to give some thought to that. I won't repeat what others have said. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Liam next. Councillor Liam, are you able to come on? Looks like we have got Councillor Lee here. I'll go to Councillor James and I'll come and try and bring Councillor Liam again after. So Councillor James, can you come in at this point, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think as others have said, if this motion had just been bullet point 1, you would have had a unanimous support across the council. And any concerns that members have mentioned have been around the practicality of it rather than the principle. And I'm particularly worried about bullet point 2. Giving the planning authorities this sort of responsibility is fraught with problems, not least who decides on the limit of the proportion of land that should be of any farm that should be afforested. What happens with farmers who've got more than one farm, and perhaps does it apply to each individual farm or collectively? What about the proportion of the farm that's already planted up with trees? Would that count towards the total proportion, or would it be just the new plantation? There are huge issues here, and on top of which, it's not our business to tell farmers who they sell their land to. I mean, that's a really big step to take. To say, well, you can sell it to a person who's going to farm, but you can't sell it to somebody who wants to plant trees. That's a big step, and I'm not even sure that the Welsh government would have that sort of power. So there are really fraught problems in this, and it's a shame really that particular bullet point I feel is creating uncertainty in members' minds, and certainly in my mind. So I don't know whether it's sort of too late. It probably is, but if the proposer and seconder would consider removing that section or in some way changing it, that would be very helpful. But as things stand, I can't see how this would work. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will bring the speaker in at the proposer at the end of this, and if they wish to make a minor amendment as per constitution, we'll discuss at that point. Councillor Liam, are you with us? Councillor Liam, if not, I'm going to go on.
Move on.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwin, you've already spoken, so I'm not bringing you in at this point. You've had your 1 point there, so I bring in Councillor Hugh Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can you clarify, was the recommendation made or amendment proposed to dismiss the second and third points? I think it was Councillor Jake that at least mentioned it. Did he propose it?
I have not had a firm proposal or seconder on any amendment. As it sits at the moment, the concerns have been heard. It is up to the proposer if they wish to take those on board and alter them. Otherwise, I'll be taken as read unless anything official comes through.
Right. Okay.
Chair, if it helps, I'm happy to do that, but I was really inviting Elwyn to think again, because I did fear that with seeking to knock out 2 of the 3 bullet points, it wouldn't be a minor amendment unless Elwyn conceded it himself. So that's why I didn't move it formally, but look to suggest that might be a way to progress this and to address all of the key points that I think were raised.
Thank you very much. That's how I see it as chair at the moment. A minor understanding, Clive will correct me, a minor amendment is change of wording. As you're looking for stuff to be, it would be a change. So Clive, if that's correct, that would not be correct within the Constitution. Are you able to clarify, please?
Sorry, Chair, I had some difficulty unmuting there. Clearly, this is not a minor matter, but on the other hand, if Councillor Elwyn were to withdraw 2 of those matters, there is, I would say, there is a general discretion in the chair to allow that. Should the proposer and seconder agree to it? If the proposer and seconder didn't agree to it, Chair, I would say it would be something which we couldn't proceed with.
Thank you very much for that clarification, members. That's how I read it, and that's how the Ombudsman Office has given advice. I'm going to bring in Elwyn at this point. Do you wish to comment before I bring anyone else in?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, as you're well aware, this motion was written a few months ago for a previous meeting. At that meeting, there was actually amendment proposed by Councillor Ian, if I remember rightly, and by Councillor Lucy, to get rid of bullet point 3, which we did actually accept. Of course, since then, we have gone through the process and we're back where we are today. So on the basis of what we agreed for that meeting, yes, we have no problem in getting rid of bullet point 3 in terms of this arm's length company. In terms of bullet point 2, I think people tend to overcomplicate matters. The only way you can control large corporations planting thousands upon thousands of acres of trees is through planning. There is no other way. So if you seriously want to stop this happening, you have no choice, right? You're either for it or against it, right? You have to have planning permission for everything under the sun these days that affects the landscape. And this type of development affects the landscape and our communities much more than many other aspects and development. That's all it is. Don't overcomplicate things. You know, that's what I was saying.
Thank you very much, Elwyn. So just for clarity, you're happy for bullet point 3 to be removed, but you wish point 1 and point 2 to go forward. Yes. I'll come back to you as members. I've brought you up to date of where we are at the moment. I will now bring in Councillor Peat. So we're solely talking about bullet point 1 and bullet point 2. And then obviously I will just go back to the second to see if they're happy with that after. But I'm going to bring Councillor Peat in at the moment.
I have already spoken, and the comment I was going to make really has been addressed by Councillor Elwyn.
Thank you very much. In that case, Councillor Bryn, are you happy that the third point is removed and it is the sole vote on point 1 and point 2? Can you confirm, please?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, members, no one else has indicated. We'll now look to go to the vote.
Chair, can I just remind members that those who have declared an interest, and there are 34 of them, they are not able to vote in this debate. Chair, we think there are 61s in the room. Take away 34, leaving 27. So the vote is quorate, but just remind members that they can't vote if they declare an interest.
Thank you very much, members. You've heard that. We will check. 19 is the quorate. So are we able to put up the vote, please?
Chair, could you give me just 1 second just to amend this, and then I'll put it up for you.
Yes, Les.
I didn't hear my name mentioned in the list.
Okay, thank you very much.
You stick with me and my van reaper. There's no problem.
Thank you, Les. You're declaring a personal interest and declaring an interest in this item. Is that correct, Les?
I declared an interest, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much for bringing that up. We'll ensure that's added to the list if it's not already on there. Thank you for that.
Okay.
So if you bear with us, members, the motion will be out in front of you in the written form, so everyone is clear on what they're voting on. Okay, members, it is there for the only members who have not declared an interest in this, and this is to approve the motion set out in the agenda with the removal of bullet point 3. If you're able to vote now, please, those who are able to do online, who are entitled to. I'll be closing the vote shortly. Closing the vote.
Can you wait
Sorry.
I am having trouble getting the app up.
Okay, I'll give you a little bit longer. And then I'll go to the ones who aren't able. Those are not able. So close the vote, electronic vote, and then we'll check anyone who's entitled to vote who has not been able to do electronically. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Can we close electronic vote, please? And we'll now go to people who are not able to register their vote electronically. Please, can you indicate if you are not able to do electronically and you're entitled to vote? I'll be looking to close the main vote, overall vote now, as no one is indicated. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gareth, you've come in just as I was going to close the vote.
You're closing the even non-automatic vote. Right. Well, I want to vote orally. Okay.
Can you vote? I did call for people to vote who were not able to vote electronically. So if you want to do that now, please.
I beg you. I'm going to vote for the motion, but I've got reservations about its effectiveness at the end of the day. But I'm voting for it.
All I need to know is if you're for or against or abstaining, Councillor Gareth. So thank you very much. That is registered. Now, is anyone else wishing to do verbally? OK, I'm going to close the vote. Thank you for those who voted. The vote is now closed. Officers, can you calculate the votes, please, and cross-reference with them against the people who have declared a personal issue? Thank you. Thank you, members and people observing. We're just calculating the votes now and cross-referencing with the high number of people who have abstained, so please bear with us.
Thank you, Chair. We have the result of the vote. 22 for, 2 against, 1 abstention, 25 votes cast.
Thank you very much. So that is passed. Point 1, point 2 with point 3 removed. So thank you very much for that. We'll now call back, or the chair can come back in, and I'll hand back to him. There has been a request for a small comfort break, Gwynfor. So it's back to you. And if you wish to, let's have a small break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gareth. I have seen Councillor Bev's comments. Quite anxious to get through, but mindful of the fact that Councillor Bebb, I'm joking. I'm quite mindful of the fact that we've been at it for 2 hours now this afternoon.
It's okay. I can nip out if it's okay. It's just that I've been glued to my screen for hours, but I don't like to leave generally.
I understand.
I apologize. I'm happy either way. I'm sorry.
I understand your sentiments. I was able to take a comfort break in the previous item. Members, we'll take a 5 minutes break if everybody's in agreement with that.
Chair, given that I've got a personal prejudicial, I can't speak now, personal prejudicial interest in the next 2 agenda items, I'm going to leave the meeting. But if I could request for someone to give me a WhatsApp from my group or give me a call on my mobile when you're through to onto item 18, please.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. I'm sure somebody will pick up on your request, Councillor Amanda. Members, it's 15:45. Return at 15:50. Remind members that from commenting, we're strictly Welcome back, members. We are plowing through the agenda up today. Members, there's much more to do. Members, in view of my comment, we will be finishing at 6 o'clock. Adamant matters legislation. Members, you will also see that I've accepted an emergency motion. It fits in with the guidelines, etc. So be bearing in mind as we work through the agenda that there is an emergency motion to come at the end, which has been circulated to you all. Members, we resume at item 16 on the agenda. I'm also very mindful of the fact that we have members leaving consistently, so just be aware that we're keeping an eye on our quorum levels. Item 16 on the agenda, notice of motion of fuel poverty. Councillor Matthew to propose, and seconded by Councillor Sandra. Welcome back, Councillor Matthew. Thank you, he's coming on. There we go.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, we've spoken a lot recently about the cost of living through our debates, and while we've disagreed significantly on the issue of council tax, I think what we have agreed on is the pressure that families in Powys are under because of the cost of living crisis. Pressure around food prices, fuel prices, and energy prices are all coming together to make a perfect storm that's impacting on families in all of our communities, urban or rural. Everybody is feeling the pressure because of the cost of living crisis. The respected Consumer Affairs body, which has suggested that we could see energy prices going up by £700 a year, and there is evidence that says that grocery bills could go up by £180 per year. Mobile phone charges are going up, water rates are going up, and from today, because of the decision of council, even council tax will be going up. This has a significant impact on what families are able to do, and what we're seeing, through some of the evidence that the Tackling Poverty Champion gave to the council via her contribution earlier, is that use of emergency crisis support like food banks is increasing as a direct result. Those pressures are despite support being given from organisations like the Welsh Government. We saw just last week a £330 million package of support announced to help tackle the cost of living crisis. That included a £150 cost of living payment for all households in council tax bands A to D or in receipt of the council tax reduction scheme, and an extension of the winter fuel support scheme giving eligible households £200 for their heating bills being extended into next year. But that in itself isn't enough to deal with the pressure that families are facing, and not all of the levers and the powers to be able to deal with this are at this council's disposal, or even the Welsh Government. Much of it is still reserved to the UK Government. And I am aware that the UK Government have been offered fully costed plans to be able to deal with some of these pressures, like extending the Warm Homes Discount Scheme, which would have significant benefit for households in Powys. In Brecon and Radnorshire, there are over 8,000 properties who would benefit from an extension of the Warm Homes Discount Scheme, and in Montgomeryshire there are over 8,000 properties who would benefit from the Warm Homes Discount Scheme. That means more than 16,000 households in Powys would benefit if the UK Government would extend the Warm Home Discount Scheme from £140 to £400 a year, and they could even expand this number of eligible households to cover more people. The UK Government could also freeze VAT on domestic energy bills. That would help family finances significantly. So far, they have refused to do that. And these measures can, of course, be paid for by a windfall tax on North Sea oil and gas producers to ensure that all of these measures are fully affordable and able to be met. It is disappointing that the UK Government have failed to respond to the scale of the crisis that is facing households and people in our communities. I think they can and should do more. And I think that we all recognise through the debates that we've had over the past fortnight that there is a significant need for action now to ease the burden on households who are feeling the pressure of this cost of living crisis. I therefore propose this motion, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matthew. The motion has been proposed. I now go to Councillor Sandra to second the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. I'm very happy to second this motion for a number of reasons. As Councillor Matthew has said, the Prime Minister had admitted in his statement in May 2016 the least wealthy are hit particularly hard by VAT on household energy bills. That was 2016. A lot has happened since then. This Prime Minister said, when we vote to leave Europe, we will be able to scrap this unfair and damaging tax. We heard Brexit, Brexit, Brexit. I recall the Prime Minister saying he did not want to hear that again, and we didn't. We heard COVID. It has been surreal. Putting on a face mask before going into a bank. It has changed lives. People working from home, children attending school remotely, people losing their jobs, increased demand for hospital appointments and treatment, increased demand for food banks. 2022. Many people have lost loved ones, not being able to attend funerals. We have all lived through it, and we are still living through this pandemic and all the trauma associated with it. Just as we are beginning to emerge out of that black tunnel, where are we now? War, with Russia invading Ukraine. More fear, stress, uncertainty. Fuel prices up, food prices up. Supermarkets are charging £1 for a tin of baked beans. It's also been said £3 for a loaf of bread is not too far away. Staple diet for many. We have just been discussing how to balance our books. How do people, the people we represent, manage? Can't we offer them some support? A small ray of hope? It will cost this authority virtually nothing. Some work to write a letter and the price of a stamp. It is now March 2022, 6 years and 1 month on from May 2016. I urge you all, please support this motion. Let us unite as an authority and write to the UK Government and take action now as promised. Thank you, Mr Chairman. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Councillor Sandra. Members, I have a motion which has been proposed and seconded. Happy to go to debate, and Councillor David has indicated in the chat box. Councillor David.
Thank you, Chair. Fuel poverty is absolute financial poverty. The only way it can be cured is if there's an input of extra income into us, the many families in Powys that are struggling with paying their bills. And we know, and others have eloquently said as well, that that situation is getting worse by the day. It has to rely, we have to rely on government action. After all, it was the government that set up the market that is now responsible for putting the prices up. They've involved themselves in the pricing, so they can't now say that they have no responsibility for sorting out the issues in front of them. It is not a pure market that they've created. It's a market of several companies that control almost all of the market now. The case for the windfall tax is very well made. After all, it is the large producers benefit not just from their own investment and their own work, but a price that is set by a world market. They have to give some of that money back that they've raised to help those in need here. So I absolutely, together with my group, support this motion. We must do more. We must do more in terms of trying to persuade the government to do something now before the matters get even worse. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Selby. Members, nobody else is indicating at this point. Councillor Matthew. Oh, sorry. I've got Councillor Aled followed by Councillor Jonathan.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very couple of quick points. UK government did put together a package of support for families, including that connection of £150 for each household from Band D and less. And there was a consequential to Welsh Government. Welsh Government put a similar sort of scheme in place. UK Government decided that it was more targeted and better form of support rather than a cut in VAT. All people would benefit from the cut in VAT, including millionaires. But that connection between the banding of a house and the support was clear, and that really did give more focused support to families. And also the, I think it was £200 support that will have to be paid back over the next few years, but it reduced the council energy costs by £200 immediately. And we can't pretend that we are insulated from the world energy market. Energy market has been inflating over the last couple of years quite dramatically, and we can't pretend that the UK government can insulate us from that. And it's important to understand that we must focus also on energy security. Windfall tax will disincentivize companies from investing in energy in the North Sea or elsewhere. It's important that these companies invest in these areas to increase our energy security. And what we've seen over the last few days emphasises the importance of energy security to the UK. The UK government does not have a bottomless pit of money. It is taxpayers' money at the end of the day, and it will have to be paid back at some stage. UK government continues to borrow.
Conclusion, please, Aled.
UK government continues to borrow currently. So you'll be robbing Peter to pay Paul. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aled. Councillor Jonathan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I won't be long because I think most of the points I was going to make have already been made by Councillor Aled. Whilst I agree with the sentiment of the proposition and certainly take on board the comments made by Martin Lewis regarding fuel poverty, I think we're going to see increasing levels of fuel poverty and food poverty as people are finding it increasingly difficult to pay food and fuel bills, and it's impossible not to see that as being a problem. I suspect that Matthew and I would disagree as to how we got to this position. I think there's been an over-reliance on renewables, a lack of investment in other options which are essential to balance our need when the renewables aren't able to deliver. We've handed our energy needs to a despot like Putin, who's then able to exert control and flex his muscle. Certainly over countries like Germany, who've become incredibly reliant on gas from Russia. So we've handed power to him on a plate. We have to invest in fuel security, energy security, as Aled said. We have to invest in North Sea gas and oil. I think to put a windfall tax on them would scupper that. And we also have to invest in gas storage, which is dramatically reduced in the UK. And so that sort of safety net that we've had in the past, where we could store gas, has largely gone, and makes us extraordinarily vulnerable. And it's for those reasons, really, I think I'm going to struggle to support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jonathan. I've got no other speakers now, so I'm going to return to Councillor Matthew, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be very brief in my summing up and just focus on a few points. Rising energy bills are partly due to the short-term increase in global gas prices, but the reality is that a decade of UK government mismanagement has left us uniquely exposed to the energy market. In the last 10 years, UK government has failed to properly regulate our energy market, leading to dozens of energy companies going bust, with taxpayers actually footing the bill. They made the choice in the UK government to slash the amount of gas storage we had and leave us reliant on gas imports from places like Russia and Qatar. They failed to meet the vast potential of British renewables. So I don't agree with Councillor Wilkinson, who says we're over-reliable on renewables. They failed to meet the vast potential of British renewables by blocking offshore wind, scrapping subsidies for solar. And in the last decade, our nuclear programme has actually stalled. They've also failed on making homes greener and more well insulated in England. And I note the Deputy Leader of the Council's comments in relation to what I think he said was, we can't keep robbing Peter to pay Paul. This is taxpayers' money. And I absolutely agree with that, but I can't with any credibility accept that comment from him when he spent the last 2 weeks actively working to increase people's council tax here in Powys. So I would just say to people that if you think that people in your community are feeling the pinch because of this cost of living crisis, you are being asked to take action today that could actually help those people by sending a message to the UK government that we expect them to implement a fully costed plan that will support family finances in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matthew. I believe that we're in a position to go to the vote now. Members, the notice of motion, fuel poverty, is clearly identified on item 16 in your agenda, so you should be well aware what you're voting for. Just waiting for, there we go. It's posted at 16:08, so members be clear where your opportunity to vote is. Members, I've been able to vote. Members will give an opportunity for others and yourselves to vote, and we will come to those who are unable to. Just given the electronic vote an opportunity to progress. Members, I'm going to close the electronic vote and come to members who haven't been able to vote. Councillor Gareth Morgan, please. Councillor Peat.
Could I just have a check that my vote actually was cast? The last 2 votes I've been struggling to bring it up, and I think I got in time, but I might not have done.
No problem, Councillor Pete. Councillor Michael. Councillor Michael, your microphone, please. Struggling there, Councillor Mike.
All right.
There we go.
I vote in favour, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Emmer.
I'm abstaining, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Before we close the vote, we'll wait for clarification on Councillor Pete's request.
Chair, I can confirm that Councillor Pete has voted.
Thank you. Members, I'm not aware of anybody else indicating. I will close the vote.
Thank you, members. I got the result 26 for, 21 against, 5 abstentions, 52 votes cast.
Members, item 6 on the agenda, notice of motion in relation to fuel poverty, has been carried. Thank you very much. We move on to item 17 on your agenda, which is eluding me at this present moment in time. I should have been ready. Apologies. Item 17 on your agenda is a notice of motion in relation to the Armed Forces Act 2021. This is in the hands of Councillor Matthew again, seconded by Councillor David. Councillor Matthew, once again, please.
Thank you, Chair. Members may be aware that a new Armed Forces Act has come into force, the Armed Forces Act 2021. And this motion relates to some of the detail in relation to that. I want to just start by outlining my support for the Armed Forces. I am a keen supporter of them, and I am very proud to represent an army town as a councillor on this authority. And this motion is in no way a criticism of the Armed Forces Covenant. In fact, it seeks to ensure that it is applied more fairly and more consistently, so that armed service personnel and veterans get the support that they deserve and need when they need it most. So the Armed Forces Act 2021 came into force on the 15th of December and was a continuation of the predecessor Act of 2006. The UK government claimed that the Act enshrined the Armed Forces Covenant into law. However, the legislation only requires local authorities and public bodies to have due regard to the Covenant in the areas of education, housing and healthcare. It doesn't put the same requirement on government as it does on councils like ours, and it doesn't require government to cover areas like employment, service accommodation or pensions, which are all areas of responsibility within their control. We stand firmly behind our armed forces. I know that the armed forces are respected across this county and across the chamber, and I know that we recognise their essential role to make our country and our world safer, and I know that we're all particularly proud of the work they've done to support frontline efforts, particularly through the coronavirus pandemic, and we saw them here in Powys helping with the mass vaccination programme. We are really supportive as a Labour group of the Armed Forces Covenant, and we absolutely recognise the crucial role that our Armed Forces champions play in our communities. And I would just say that, you know, I think it's been really positive to have the leader of our council act as the Armed Forces champion to give the role a significant prominence in the council. And my party actually supports the Act, the 2021 Act, but we do believe that it represents a missed opportunity to deliver real improvements to the day-to-day lives of our veterans and our service personnel. And we think actually there could have been some changes to this. As I said, I don't think the Act fully enshrines the covenant into law and creates two-tier responsibilities and a two-tier system for veterans. The focus on housing, healthcare and education, while welcome, is actually too narrow and will not deliver on the promises of the covenant in areas like service accommodation, employment, pensions, compensation, social care, criminal justice and immigration. And at the time of the bill passing, it didn't actually do anything to deal with the shameful scandal of visa fees being paid for Commonwealth and Gurkha veterans who were at that point having to pay up to £10,000 to be able to remain in the country that they've so bravely served. Since this motion was tabled, the UK government has introduced some changes to the visa fee process, and it's good that that move has been made. It's good that those veterans from Gurkha personnel and foreign and Commonwealth countries will now be included, but it is bad that their dependents are excluded from that process. And I'm sure that many colleagues across the chamber, like me, was really pleased to see the bipartisan efforts of the Conservative MP Johnny Mercer and the Labour MP Dan Jarvis, who are both veterans themselves, working collaboratively to be able to bring about meaningful change from the government to improve veterans' lives. That bipartisan effort, I think, is inspiring, and it is good to see that. And personally, I'd like to see more of that across all of our politics. In summing up here, Chairman, I hope that this council will support this motion. I hope that they will see it in the spirit in which it is intended, and that is to give us as a council a better way of supporting our forces community and our veterans, but also asking the UK government to hold itself to the same standard that it asks public authorities like this council to, where they have responsibility for services that I've set out. They too should be required to meet the same level and expectations in relation to ensuring that our veterans and our service personnel are best catered for. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Matthew. I neglected to take a declaration of interest, but I will take them after the second, which is Councillor David Meredith.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, our group leader has explained this motion very well, but I would like to second it, and in doing so, to outline in particular the immense benefit the Gurkha Company and Nepalese community have brought to the community of Brecon. I cannot stress enough the high esteem in which the spouses and children of serving Gurkhas is held within Brecon. Their children enrich the lives of other school children, and their spouses being paramount in the caring sector and are highly regarded in this field. The caring sector would suffer greatly if they were not around to assist this service. Such support would overwhelmingly cover any additional support these families might require, as mentioned by the 151 officer. Whilst we welcome the government's U-turn in respect to visa fees, it is outrageous that their families would be subjected to exorbitant visa fees in order to gain residency in the UK. We need to support the improvement of lives of veterans in Powys and enable them to have their families with them here in the UK. It would be a tremendous loss to the community of Brecon if these families were forced to leave. We need to support the enshrinement of the covenant fully into law and improve armed forces accommodation, employment support and pensions. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor David, for seconding the motion. We have a notice of motion, the Armed Forces Act, which has been proposed and seconded. Members, at this point, and apologies, I don't think there's any harm done because no action has been taken. Members, can we remind a reminder of declarations of interest, please?
Chair, there were declarations of interest reported by Amanda Jenner, Claire Mills, Garth Ratcliffe, who has a personal but non-prejudicial interest, Ian McIntosh, Sandra Davis, and Joy Jones. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I just come in there. If my brother-in-law is in the Navy, is that declared interest?
Waiting for advice.
Yes, Councillor Garth.
Yep, thank you.
We'll take that as a declaration of interest. Councillor Pearl.
Yeah, same personal relative.
Thank you. Declaration of interest. Councillor Arwell.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd just like to sort of advise, I'm a secretary of the local British Legion branch.
No, that's not a declaration you need to make, Councillor Howell. But
okay, thank you.
Chairman, I'm not sure whether I need to declare because I have 2 members of my family that will be receiving pensions from the Navy.
I'm not. There is reference within the motion at bullet point 4 to the pensions. So, Councillor Cath, it's probably just as well that you do that.
Thank you. Does that mean I can't vote then, Clive?
If you've got a personal prejudicial interest, you can't vote.
It is personal, yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Gareth and Councillor Rosemary indicating. Are these declarations or are they open or just for comment?
No, mine's just for comment because I've already declared personal non-prejudicial.
Thank you. Councillor Gareth. Councillor Gareth, please.
Rosemary was nodding. I didn't know if she wanted to come in, and I'm quite happy to step aside for Rosemary as the lead of the Army Covenant because I think it's very important that we hear from Rosemary first. So, Rosemary, if you'd like to go before me, I'm more than happy to step aside.
Thank you for that, Councillor Gareth, and thank you, Chair. I am actually declaring an interest, and I did declare it earlier on, but I think there were so many of us jumping in that I would imagine Steve didn't record everything. But I am declaring an interest. I work very closely with the armed forces and quite often in quite a personal way. But if I could just say what I wanted to, I am the Armed Forces Champion for Powys, and I'm the only Armed Forces Champion that Powys has ever had. And obviously, it goes without saying our forces are extremely important to us, especially at present, but especially to Powys in the south. Especially, as Councillor Matthew has said, to Brecon and Sennybridge. We have two very important army bases in Brecon. One is the headquarters for Wales.
Councillor Rosemary, I'm going to stop you there at this moment. I believe you've declared an interest. So my opinion is I don't think you should be speaking.
Okay, all right. Sorry, Chair, I did declare an interest on a previous item as a landowner, and I did speak there, so I do apologise.
In my opinion, I believe there was a dispensation in place, so that was the opportunity for you to speak on that occasion.
I will keep quiet. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Rosemary. Councillor Gareth, same comment in relation to yourself. You've declared an interest.
I declared a personal non-prejudicial, which I believe allows me to speak. And I thought Rosemary's was the same, to be honest, but that's entirely up to each member to declare their things. Yes, I declared a personal prejudicial because I'm a member of the Royal British Legion Standard Bearer. I'm not from a military serving family, but I am a military supporter. I'm pleased to see the work that Powys done, and I would like to say thank you to Rosemary and everyone involved in the Army Covenant for the important work they're doing across the county. But I also want to say thank you to the proposer and the seconder and pay tribute to them bringing this forward. There are so many gaps within the military community that support is needed. The more we can do to strengthen that is fundamental, and I use example of Hay and Wye where we have step change and financial support on pensions and on the mental health support that is there. So bringing all these together through this motion, through the UK government and the work that's done on the ground is going to be fundamental now, but even more. And I don't want to, highlight what's already going on in Ukraine, but it is going to put extra pressure on our communities from us previous serving veterans, PTSD and mental health impact. So the more we can do to support our veteran community and our military community, wholeheartedly support. So thank you to Matthew and David for bringing this forward. The Liberal group fully support what you've put here, and we'll be backing you to get this moving forward. And anything we can do to support our veterans community, we're more than happy to do. And again, just parting with a thank you to Powys County Council and Rosemary for the Covenant for the work that they've done.
Thank you, Councillor Gareth. Councillor Carroll, followed by Councillor William.
Thank you, Chair. Just check in with Clive. My partner, soon to be my wife this year. Her cousins, a large proportion of them are serving in the British Army. Do I need to declare an interest there, Clive?
If you think that they are amount to personal, close personal associates, the answer is yes. But that only you can understand and decide that issue, Councillor Carl.
Thank you very much.
Councillor William.
Thank you, Chair. Well, my late father was in the Home Guard in the Second World War, but I think that's probably, I think that dispensation is probably, I mean, I feel entitled to that dispensation, so I'm going to continue if you allow me, Chair. I would very much like to express strong personal support and endorse the support from our group that's already been expressed by Councillor Gareth Ratcliffe on our behalf. It's a really welcome motion that Matthew and David are bringing forward. We are incredibly proud of the garrison town of Brecon and the other military communities of Senny Bridge. Particular reference has been made to the importance of the Nepalese community, and there's some early work. There's a Nepalese bridgehead in the Talgarth area as well, with a noted military veteran who's brought Nepalese cuisine and Nepalese solidarity to our own work in the town. And I'd also just pay tribute again to what Rosemary does in the role as representing the best of the military covenant. Also, the other communities, such as my own in Talgarth, plays host to key training events such as the Cambrian Patrol just last autumn, where James Heapy, MP, who's had such a high profile in recent days, inspected the troops involved in that arduous exercise. It's absolutely essential that we support our military to the full, and I feel that this motion does play an important part in joining the dots and in providing additional support and emphasising the connection also with some of our key services in the council. So thank you very much, Chair, for your indulgence, and I look forward to supporting this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor William. I don't have any other speakers at this moment in time. Do I?
Yep.
Apologies, I'm not scrolling down my list. I do apologise. Councillor Liz, followed by Councillor Jonathan.
Thank you, Chair. I represent St Mary Ward in Brecon, and we do have the battalion there. I just wanted to say that I think it's really important that we support this motion, because it demonstrates that joining up really between Powys County Council and the community and the army, making sure that we integrate and make sure that in everything we do, we represent them as people living, working, and at this point in time, doing everything they can to support events out in Ukraine. I think it's a really important motion, and I'd ask everybody in this chamber to support it, and I can't really see why anybody wouldn't. It to be a bit counterintuitive, I think, really. So please support it, members. Thank you.
Thank you, members. I've got numerous other contributions wishing to come. Members, the comments are becoming repetitious. I understand your desire to make a comment, but members, please consider bringing new information to the debate, please. Councillor Jonathan, followed by Councillor Mabanwy.
Thank you, Chair. I have no hesitation in supporting this motion. The UK's had a pitiful attitude to how it treats its military veterans over the years, and I'm going back to sort of Napoleonic times. You know, we haven't looked after our veterans well. Our treatment of the Gurkhas has been widely documented as really not being acceptable. So I can support this motion, but I thought it was worth mentioning. It hasn't been mentioned that Brecon Radishire MP Faye Jones has been calling for some time for the creation of a Veterans Commissioner for Wales. We were the only nation in the UK not to have a Veterans Commissioner, and that's now been remedied. And in March of 2020, Secretary of State for Wales Simon Hart has announced he would create this position. and alongside the Cabinet Office having secured funding for the office from the UK Treasury, and that's been remedied now and not before time. So it hadn't been mentioned, and I just thought it was worth mentioning, as it was very sort of relevant to this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jonathan. Councillor Mavanwi, followed by Councillor Allard, and our last speaker will be Councillor Karen.
Yeah, very briefly, I just thought it was worthy of mention at this time. I'm very happy to support this motion. For all of us who are school governors, to perhaps remind the senior management teams in our schools that we may have service families serving who are part of our school communities who might be increasingly anxious at this time. And I'd recommend that any school that doesn't already have a relationship with SAPA, the Service Armies Family Association, should consider getting in touch with SAPA for the support that they can provide, because we find in the north we don't have the military tradition that you have down in Brecon, but we have lots of families, military families, coming to settle in our areas to make a permanent base, and of course those will be families who might at the moment be suffering from increased anxiety because of the international situation. So you know, do recommend SAPA to anybody.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mavanwi. Councillor Allard, followed by Councillor Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Jonathan got it in front of me. It was great to see the appointment of Colonel James Phillips only a couple of days ago, being appointed on St David's Day as the Veterans Commissioner, and it's important to recognise that important post. So thank you. I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Allard. Councillor Karen, last speaker on this motion, please.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'd like to fully support the motion, Chair, as do others, and of the support that the leader provides as a champion. Having been a member of the Brecon Beacons National Park Authority, the Gurkhas and the Nepalese families have actually provided tremendous value. And they volunteer work within the park, within the Brecon area. In fact, you know, on sort of out in the countryside, building bridges and doing lots of other good work to support the work of the National Park Authority. But also, as well, they're actually the Brontleys Wellbeing Park Board. They actually work with a local military veterans group. And you know, I think all the support that we can give to the military veterans and within Powys, we get back tenfold. So I fully support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Karen. No other speakers. I'm going to return to Councillor Matthew, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just say that I agree with Councillor Alexander? There are some excellent charities doing work here in Powys to support service personnel, their families and veterans, and we could do more, all of us, each and every one of us, to promote their work and signpost people that we represent to them. So I think we should all take that away as something we could all do to make a difference. I absolutely agree with Jonathan Wilkinson and Aled Davis, who welcomed the appointment of the Veterans Commissioner for Wales. I think that's a really positive step forward, and of course I acknowledge the work that's been done in order to secure that position for Wales, and it's good to see the UK government deliver on that. I also would just finally, in summing up, Chairman, just like to say thank you to everybody who's spoken in support of this motion. After all the divisive stuff through the past 2 weeks, it is really reassuring to be able to see us come together cross-party on issues that affect our communities and our county. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matthew, for your conclusion. I'm sorry, Councillor Michael, we're moving to the vote now. Members, waiting for a voting app to come in. We're voting on item 17 on your agenda, notice of motion in relation to Armed Forces Act 2021. Members, there it is, posted as 1634. I'm asking you to vote on that. I've been able to vote. Members, going to give you an opportunity to vote electronically, and then I'll come for verbal declarations. Members, I'm suggesting everybody's an opportunity to vote electronically now, so we're closing the electronic vote. I will come to you verbally. Councillor Gareth Morgan.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Jones.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Kath Roberts. Jones.
Sorry, Chairman, declared an interest. I can't vote.
Oh, I do apologise. Just going down my list. Members, are there any other people that have not had an opportunity to vote? Members, I close the vote.
Thank you, members. 44 for, 0 against, 1 abstention, 45 votes cast.
Thank you, members. That's item 7, notice of motion. Armed Forces Act 2021. That motion has been carried. Thank you very much. Members, we move on to item 18 on the agenda. Members, before we take item 18, we do have an agenda item 19, which we will hopefully take before the close of pay. I'm just reminding you of that so that you're aware of the time aspect. Members, item 18 in the agenda is notice of motion, school transformation. Councillor James Gibson-Watt to propose, Councillor Jake Berriman to second. Thank you, Councillor Jake. Councillor James, please. Councillor Bev, you've got a point to make.
Apologies, I've got a personal and a prejudicial interest, so I will leave the meeting at this moment, and I will hopefully someone will call me back for the final motion.
Thank you for that reminder, Councillor Bev. I'm sorry. Yes, you're completely right. Others, other councillors have declared as well, I believe. So we'll just go to Steve, just for confirmations of declarations, and we'll take others if there are.
Yes, Councillor David Price also declared a personal and prejudicial interest, and I think Councillor Rosemary Harris declared as well.
Can I presume, Chair, that being a governor is not a prejudicial or interest?
You assume right, because there is a dispensation in place in relation to governors. Councillor Liz is next, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to check whether I would be able to speak. I'm a governor and I've been involved with the campaign against the transformation.
Chair, all governors have a dispensation unless they, their family or close personal associates are employed in a school which have been affected by a school closure in the last 18 months.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Karen. Councillor Karen, your microphone.
Apologies, Chair. A school in another ward to myself, I've given some information to upon their request, and I'm just wondering, what, as a county councillor, would I be excluded or not? I am a governor of a school, but would that exclude me?
Councillor Karen, you're not excluded by giving information of that nature. If you're a governor, you've got a dispensation unless you, a member of your family or close personal associate, has been employed in the school which has been the subject of a school closure in the past 18 months.
No. Okay, thank you.
Councillor James, Councillor Emir. Microphone, Councillor Emir. Councillor Emir, you still haven't brought your microphone up. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I've got two first cousins who are, one is chairman of Board of Governors and the other one is a secretary of the same school. Does that involve me or not?
sorry, your relationship to governors in other schools. Are there governors in schools which have been affected by school closures?
No.
And so therefore the answer is no.
Thank you.
Councillor James, you'll be pleased to know I think that covers declarations of interest. Councillor James, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. No worries at all. Chairman, the motion as written speaks for itself in many ways, but I would just like to draw attention of members just to one or 2 points, and I'll be as brief as possible because I realise we're all approaching the point of exhaustion today, not least you as from the chair, no doubt. The thrust of Estin's report into the County Council's Education Service focused very much on the deficiencies it saw in the secondary sector and indeed post-16, the provision of post-16 education in the county, and made little or almost no mention of the primary sector, other than to say I think that it was satisfied with the standards that are being delivered in that sector. Yet the school's transformation process thus far has very much concentrated from the Cabinet's perspective on looking at the primary sector, although I acknowledge that the work that has been done to a degree in the secondary sector. So it has always been a slightly odd thing that such concentration has been placed on the primary sector. So the other issue I would really like to draw to the attention is number 4 in the Council believes section of the motion, that the cluster school model as outlined in the Transformation Conference is the one that really was sold to us as members and indeed to the wider education community and to communities across the county. And yet that is simply not the model that has been pursued. And yet that is the model that has sort of revealed itself as a result of the pandemic to be working really rather well in this county. The degree of collaboration between educational professionals, school governors, schools, etc., has been really quite startlingly good and very encouraging, and has actually, to my mind and to my group's mind, the way that we should be really pursuing this whole issue. So this is really the driving force behind the thinking of this motion, is to try and steer the council, or rather the council after May, the next council in particular, back towards the path which was really outlined to us in the first place. That I would actually also like, while I've got the chance, to just draw attention to the Section 151 officer's comments. Now, my understanding of her role in this is to provide advice to members on the cost implications of any motion that is proposed. That was the thrust of the new policy that was brought in. And I have to take issue with, in particular on that front, with her bullet point 4, which appears to suggest that by delaying the closure of 3 primary schools, we are going to increase or perpetuate about the backlog maintenance of over £4 million per annum, an extra £4 million per annum onto the council's revenue budget, or a strain on the council's revenue budget, which is manifestly untrue. And it seems that, you know, the fact of the matter is, at the moment, there are only 3 primary schools, as I understand it, that are due to close within the next council, after April, so the next financial year. The idea that not closing those 3 schools will load an extra £4 million onto the backlog maintenance budget seems completely absurd. And the rather alarming statement she makes, that if we delay this transformation process by any means, that this will make some schools unsafe across the whole county to be used, which really it seems a rather extreme interpretation of what we are proposing. The other point I would like to make is that in the other factors to consider, my view is that the Section 151 officer has strayed into an opinion outside of issues of cost. For example, that there may be further Estin intervention. Well, that may or may not be the case, but I'm not sure it's the 151 officer's place to say that. That maybe should come from the Director of Education, or perhaps the portfolio holder, but certainly not from the 151 officer. So I'm a little bit disturbed by the comments, but it doesn't alter the thrust of the motion, and I'm sure that Jake will be able to expand on that when he gets the chance to second it. So I commend the motion to the council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jane, Councillor Jake, to second the motion, please. Apologies.
Thank you, Chair. I answer to Jane or Jake. It doesn't really matter. Thank you very much for the opportunity to second the motion. And in doing so, I do want to make clear my wholehearted support for the review and transformation of our schools to provide learning opportunities which are indeed best suited to our dispersed rural setting. I have enjoyed my time on scrutiny, looking at all of the details as we've progressed through the transformation agenda, and have developed a small degree of expertise and knowledge along the way in doing so. I'm, however, disappointed that the emphasis of this programme has focused on individual primary schools rather than secondary catchments and post-16 education, including, of course, the vocational needs of learners, as this is where Estyn, I thought, was being most critical. During a recent briefing of members, which Councillor James has just indicated, we were given an insight into the working practices of a school, which was really very interesting, in that discussing transformation so far, it was very heartening to hear that academic practitioners were suggesting that cluster working based on secondary catchments was the ideal way forward, and their opinion has been largely endorsed by experience of schools during the pandemic. Indeed, only yesterday, during a meeting of the Learning and Skills Scrutiny, we heard from officers that one of the ongoing benefits, which is seen to be helping the smooth way for the introduction of the new curriculum, is indeed cluster working. So our request is to pause the current transformation arrangements for those schools recently served with closure orders, to put them on a similar footing with the recently paused Churchstoke and Llanfyllin transformation proposals, to allow for the seismic changes in attitude and approach resulting from the collective response to the COVID pandemic to be carefully appraised and evaluated.
Councillor Jake, I'm waiting for you to draw breath there, but you are on your time.
Okay, so all I wanted to say is let's learn from our previous mistakes, such as Ysgol Common Cymru, where we have rushed things, and avoid costly interventions that do face us with legal challenges, and take time now to draw breath, to pause, and to look at this afresh. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor James and Councillor Jake. The proposed and seconded a motion that allows us to enter into comment. Members, there is a Speak Now app in the chat box. Councillor David Jones has been there for some time. Councillor David Jones.
Yeah, Chair, I think I must have put the wrong hand up, because I was querying, am I even allowed to speak in this, because Powys has closed a primary school in my ward already this year.
Chair, you as a governing body, a governor in a governing body, are able to speak, provided that you do not have, or your family or your close associates do not have family who's employed in a school which has been closed.
Oh, so I'm allowed to speak then?
I wouldn't know if you've got family in a school which has been closed, Councillor David.
No, I not as far as I'm aware. I haven't. No.
Thank you.
No, that's fine. I thought it was members who were who were governors of a school that was in the closure programme. But I would simply endorse everything that both the proposer and seconder have said. I think they had a pretty good understanding of what the Estyn report said and how Powys seems to have strayed away from that. I congratulate them on what they've said. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor David. I've got Councillor Liz, followed by Councillor Kath. There we go, Councillor Liz.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Again, I won't repeat what people have said, and I know that you've already raised the issue of that being done. So just to add that, I know that other transformation projects have been progressed across the county. And these are regularly quoted as examples of why other projects should follow suit. But I think they happened at a different time against a backdrop of this council having done nothing. And we're in a very different situation now, where I think that we should be having an ongoing evaluation, taking account of the changes, the social, political and economic changes that have taken place. And it's important, I know, to be looking 10 years, 20 years ahead for long-term planning. But, you know, taking a step back and stopping and reviewing, it still allow that to happen, but concentrating staff time and energy on the here and now. And we know that a lot of children have missed out. This is about primary school children aged between 3 and 11. And I think we should be consolidating, building on what we've got, and certainly not spending a lot of money on new buildings when the ones that we've got, they will be all right for a while. And so, you know, I will be supporting this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Liz. Councillor Kath Roberts-Jones, followed by Councillor Phil Davis.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll try not to be too long. I find that I'm in a real quandary over this one. Whilst I can understand the need to delay some things, I have a school, which I mentioned earlier today, Bryn Clawach Hall, and you can class Cadwyn in that one as well. 2 special schools that have got permission for new builds. Now, if that is delayed by another year, I dread to think what will happen to those pupils. Today is an extremely wet day here. It hasn't stopped raining since I got out of bed this morning, and it's still hammering down. I've got buckets everywhere in the school collecting water. The children can't go out of their classrooms from the time they come in to the time they leave because they've got no play facilities on days such as this. We don't have a hall. We have to keep this programme going, even if it's just for those 2 schools. I cannot support this as it stands because those 2 schools are vital for us. I know they're both in the north, but Bryn Clawach itself actually serves a very large part of Powys. I have children bussed in from as far afield as Brecon from time to time, certainly from Llandrydnod and all parts of Montgomeryshire. I have to have a new school there. I have fought for this school for over 20 years. And if this has to be delayed another year, I dread to think what situation that school is in. I would invite both the proposer and the seconder to come and have a look at it, please, because it is disgraceful and we should not be educating, particularly the most vulnerable children, in buildings such as this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kath. We go to Councillor Phil, followed by Councillor Ian.
Thank you, Chair. Am I surprised? No. Am I disappointed? Yes. I just struggle for words, really. We've just received an Estin inspection report which stated that strong progress has been made against all recommendations. Now, I'm aware that Councillor James Gibson-Watt and others have made reference to how that was relevant to only secondary and not primary. Well, I can't see how that's really the case, bearing in mind the words that were in that inspection report. You know, the words in that report, an ambitious policy of education transformation, including the merger of primary schools, the closure of rural schools, that and on all age schools, Welsh medium, that's all in that Estin report. Again, what we're witness to here is political posturing, unfortunately, for the benefit of those who are proposed and seconded and will undoubtedly support based on political vote catching rather than the interests of those who we are here to educate. I'm sorry, but this is an absolute shambles of a way to try and, at the back of a meeting late in the day, to try and get support for a motion that just shouldn't be here. You have heard from every professional that we have in the employment of Powys County Council. Yes, even yesterday in scrutiny. I'm sorry, James, you can shake your head, but yesterday in scrutiny, Sally Llewellyn went through in detail about how small schools will struggle to deliver the curriculum. They know better than us. I'm sorry, we heard from Councillor Liz there and she said that these schools will do for a while. Well, you were obviously better informed and more aware of the condition of our school estate than all of our professionals again. We are not professionals, guys. We employ them, and we are here to represent our residents. I represent the residents when we do present the education transformation strategy that we have in place for the benefit of our learners. We never committed to what you said in item 4. It was discussed as an option, as shown by other counties that in the pavilion in Llandod, and you know full well that.
Conclusion, please, Councillor Phil.
Thank you. I don't need to say any more. Like I said, surprise not. You know, for some, no explanation is necessary, but for others, no explanation will suffice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phil. We move on to Councillor Ian, followed by Councillor Rosemary.
Thank you, Chair. Before I come on to what I say, there's something that Phil's just said then that I really take issue with, and that is that, again, he's repeated this claim that schools will struggle to deliver the curriculum, and that's one of the reasons why I voted the way I voted when I was on Cabinet to close 2 schools. Since coming off Cabinet, I've been informed that these schools can deliver the curriculum. Now, we need to establish 100% whether they can or not, because this is massively important to me. I got the Welsh Government telling me this curriculum was delivered with the aid of small schools, for small schools. So either this curriculum is fit for purpose, or it isn't. You can't have it both ways, and we need to establish very categorically which way it is, because we've been told one thing by the Welsh Government and a separate thing by you and the education officers. So I want that very, very quickly as to where we stand with that. Going back to this motion, I support it, the fact that we're trying to at least sort of take a breather and have a look at these proposals that are on the table now, basically because I obviously disagree with the closure of Craddock School. And I think that this might be the opportunity where, you know, officers might take a better look at this and realise that they're going in the wrong direction. The concern I have, though, is on the same concern that Kath has expressed, and that is that Craddock School and other schools are already in a very poor state. And that prolonging the agony isn't really the answer either. You know, we've got, you know, situations where when it rains, we have to put buckets under the ceiling. There's other issues. So it's, you know, this is a bit of a mixed bag, really. But I think in the broad term of things, I'm going to be having to support this, really, just for the chance of being able to have this looked at properly again. Thank you.
Councillor Ian, thank you very much. Councillor Rosemary, followed by Councillor Mavanwi.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for allowing me to come in. I just wanted to ask a question, probably of Clyde. I declared an interest on this subject area because when we discussed at Cabinet the possible closure of Llanbedr School, the school in my ward is a possible receiving school, so I was asked to declare an interest. And I assumed that that followed through to today. But judging by some of the comments that the monitoring officer has made about having relatives in the school, I am wondering whether I need to declare an interest.
Leader, you have a general dispensation as a governor of a school, a governor of a receiving school, unless you have family or associates which are employed in that school or in a school which has been closed during the last 18 months. So if you don't have any relatives or close associates who are employed in those schools, you do not need to declare an interest.
Thank you, Clive. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Mavanwi, followed by Councillor Aled.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be very brief. I fully support the transformation of education in this county. It's provided a great deal more opportunity for young people to be taught in first-class facilities and also to learn through the medium of Welsh. You've only got to look at what's happening in Welshpool to see what a vision for the transformation of education can provide. Just on a matter of fact, a question to help Councillor Ian in his deliberations, the average size of the schools who were consulted for the creation of the curriculum was 300. Welsh Government confirms that. That's neither here nor there, but Ian asked the question and so I thought I would say. But I'd also like to speak about the issue of climate change and carbon. We are supposed to be trying save carbon and trying to have our children educated in efficient buildings. If you look at the state of some of our buildings, however you retrofitted them, you could spend an absolute fortune and you would find yourself using high amounts of energy all the time. Councillor Kath Roberts-Jones, who's been a fantastic champion for her school over the years, her school is one of the worst in Powys, and we should no longer have an aspiration for young people to be dodging buckets and watching mould on the walls. I fail to understand the lack of ambition. We should want the best for our children, and that's why I'll be voting against this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mulvaney. Councillor Aled, followed by Councillor John Morris, and I would suggest at this juncture that Councillor John would be our last speaker. Councillor Aled, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really surprised at Councillor Jake's assertion about yesterday's scrutiny meeting. I sat in the back listening to that. It was not that impression that he gives. That was conveyed by the excellent, very enthusiastic officer that presented at that meeting. She was quite clear about the challenges a small school has to deliver the new curriculum. I can see Lynette Lovell on shot. I would love to hear her views on that, as she is a professional within the service. And I'm also surprised by Jake Berriman's comments about stopping new builds. By all reports, Ysgol Canol Cymru really does need investment. It serves the children in his own local area, so I'm quite shocked that he would want to see that sort of project kicked into the long grass. It is not acceptable that this motion is brought here today, especially after we've seen that positive Estin report before Christmas. Phil was absolutely right. Estin, the professionals, have taken a view on the transformation project, and they have given it a strong endorsement. It does not need another delay to kick the potential investment into the long grass. Our children need an environment that's suitable for 21st learning, and we need it now. We needed it yesterday, to be honest. So it is quite frankly appalling to see this motion here today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Aled. Members, apologies. I saw Councillor John. I thought he was bottom of the list. Councillor Howell is bottom of the list. Members, I will not accept any more speakers after that. We will return to Councillor James for a comment, obviously, but Councillor Howell will be the last speaker. I think it would be wrong of me if I didn't allow Lynette to come in as well. So.
Chairman, can I just say Councillor Howell appearing there twice? Which one of the list in the list?
Okay. Councillor Howell will only speak once.
So I'm after him though.
Yes, I see that, Councillor Phil. You will get the opportunity.
Yes, Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor John Morris, followed by Councillor Pete, please.
Yeah, I think it's quite disappointing that both Councillor Aled and Councillor Phil use disrespectful terms like appalling and things like that, when quite generally we are putting a motion forward to represent our residents who are extremely concerned at the way this cabinet is picking off school by school. It seems, well, we've had a run-in with Phil a few times, haven't we? But it's either his way or no way. And he goes on about the experts. I agree, we have experts in Powys, but we also have experts in the Welsh Government who, from the Minister, said, I can confirm that the curriculum for Wales is appropriate for all schools and settings for age 3 to 16, including small rural schools. Just recently, and mine's coming up next week, you are going to close 2 rural schools that are full, and yet in the same paper next week you're going to keep open, quite rightly, 3 schools that are half full with 20 pupils in. Now, all we're asking for is some sense and balance here. And Mulvaney goes on about carbon. My school that they're hoping to close next week at Lambda will increase the carbon footprint because there is no receiving school that will take them in the vicinity, and that's proven. And also, some of them will have to travel in excess of 10 miles to get to a suitable school. Now, you can't tell me that we have thought this through. And I tell you one thing, anybody who votes against this, please come to Lambda after, if it's turned down next week and it's closed, and look those young people in the eye, look those pupils in the eye and tell them they'll be better off scattered to the four winds. And by the way, you can't go with your siblings because there's no room for them. And that's the bottom line there. We've got this terribly wrong. We've ignored the wishes.
Councillor John.
Right, sorry. We've ignored the wishes of the community, and I think we do really need to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor John. We move on to Councillor Peat, followed by Councillor Howell, and then Councillor Phil will be our last speaker.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to make it absolutely clear I speak in a personal capacity and not as Chair of Scrutiny. I respect the position and its need for impartiality. However, a couple of comments that have been made today leave me with no choice other than to contribute. Firstly, the comments around Ysgol Callum Cymru that Councillor Allen misascribed to Jake. The concerns about Ysgol Callum Cymru in this motion stem from the process that went through in the previous administration and the audit report there that highlighted the failure for the council to look at and revisit the position of that move when the financial model for school funding was changed. So the first instance we have there is a change of model and a change of situation. We then heard officers in presenting to Cabinet make the clear statement that the consultation into the transformation agenda and all of the research for it was done in the pre-COVID world. The final report, if we recall, was actually accepted by the leader because we couldn't have Cabinet meetings at the time because of COVID restrictions. So I would put it to Council that we have now got a fundamental change in the way schools are working. And that is a fundamental change that, as any good business manager would know, is a point where you step back from a major transformation that will have a generational impact and consider whether you are going in the right direction. You may be right, but I think given the severity of the changes and the importance of getting this right, we need to consider that, because I am reminded very clearly of the head from Llanfathin when he said in a development session, the only change I wish I could make to the transformation is embracing all of the schools in my cluster and bringing them all in to have the benefits of the primary that I have been merged with.
Councillor Peat, conclusion, please.
Sorry, I would have that all of the schools that in my cluster that I brought in, had I been able to do so, that is what this motion is directly suggesting we do. Step back and reevaluate.
Thank you, Councillor Peter. Councillor Howell, please.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor James and Councillor Jake, for bringing this motion forward to Council. And I hope Council can find it in its heart to support this motion today. This has been an interesting debate, but it has only requested the Cabinet to do things. Could each of the Cabinet members confirm verbally that if this motion is passed today, that they will accept it and take the necessary decisions before PERDA to make sure that the will of Council is followed? And with that, Chair, I will leave it. Thank you.
Councillor Howell, I acknowledge your comment. My understanding is that if this is accepted today, Cabinet will have to consider that proposal. I'm not mindful to bring them back into to speak, really, in view of the time constraints we've got. Councillor Phil Pritchard, please, our last speaker. Clive is wishing to come in there.
Chair, can I answer Councillor Howell's point in terms of the governance of this issue? The draft and the wording of this motion is for ask the Cabinet to consider, and that's all Cabinet can actually do. Cabinet must consider it if it's passed, but it's not bound by any motion of Council at this moment in time. All they need to do is to consider the views of Council. I thought I'd make that clear.
Thank you very much. Councillor Phil Pritchard, please. You with us, Councillor Phil? Councillor Phil, are you still with us? Councillor Phil, I'm giving you a last opportunity to speak. You with us, Councillor Phil? There we go. Just your microphone now, Councillor Phil.
It should be on.
There we go. We're with you now.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I hope that isn't time against me. But I have to say it's an interesting debate. But I am seriously concerned. We've started off a well-costed and well-thought-out exercise, and here we are looking to change it halfway through. Now, my area here in Welshpool had exactly the same thing with the day centres. Oh, we're going to close them all. We're going to close them all. Welshpool decided to take it over to save it being closed, and then the council changed their mind. So Welshpool was left the only one who took it over and stood all the cost of it and the extra county council tax. But having said that, looking at this one, I wouldn't like that to happen. For instance, we got a school being done in Welshpool now, which is going to be a new Welsh Stream school, well wanted, and it'll be a superb place after. But I can tell you, Chairman, that I'm 80 years of age. I was in that school myself when it was a grammar school, and I could put my fingers through the hole, through the wooden window, and it's still there now. All right? Now, don't tell me these places don't want updating. Of course they do. And quite honestly, even if I was thinking of supporting this motion, I've heard with interest the debate from Councillor James Gibson-Watt and Councillor Jake, and I'm very grateful to him for bringing it forward, because as a result of what they've said to me, I'm certainly now going to vote against it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Phil. Councillor Karen, I've clearly indicated on many occasions that Councillor Phil and Councillor Howell were the last speaker, and yet you've come in at the last minute again. I'm going to let you speak, but Councillor Karen, it's always late in the day. We're trying to get this meeting through before 6 o'clock. Councillor Karen, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, may I just say, if I could refer to Dorlai School, please, because that's the school I was referring to earlier. PricewaterhouseCoopers did a management consultancy auditor's report on it in 2016, and recommended the things to Cabinet, which was for the closure of 3 schools in Powys, but then Cabinet changed it to an undisclosed number, or words to that effect. But the concern is, say for that school, for example, there are 7 young people at the moment, 7 children actually being transported into the school, but there's going to be 21, I think it is, more, should this actual proposal go forward. Now, I don't know whether the actual transportation side of it, but this is a school that obviously people are passionate about. There's enough publicity on it, and I do think there's something about the legal action may be taken or whatever, but that's by the by. But I just wanted to make sure that it has been fully costed out transportation-wise compared to the benefits of actually moving the school or closing the school, because it doesn't seem to be in. I don't know where I got this from, and I don't think I dreamt it, but somebody did tell me, and I'm sure it was in a meeting, that that even the Cabinet portfolio holder was a little bit concerned over the transformation programme as to the effect on it, and that it was not to do with this Cabinet but by a previous Cabinet. So I'm obviously, when you're picking up the vibes here and there, it does actually make you feel, do we need to relook back at what is going on? Because it probably costs many thousands for Price House Waterhouse report, and going as I say to discussions that it's the transformation now is being any grey areas on it is being thrown back to the next cabinet. I think we've got a duty to the next council that comes in,
Councillor Karen, you're on.
To actually set the way for them. Thank you.
Councillor Karen, you're on your time.
Thank you.
Members, I apologise. I've let individuals speak about individual schools, and I should have stopped it from the off. And but it has given the opportunity for members to speak openly. Councillor Karen, you refer to information which is in the cabinet report, so that's what you're speaking about. I'm going to bring the Director of Education in now. I think it's an opportune time for Lynette to come in. Welcome to the meeting, Lynette. Very late in the day.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Just a couple of points from me, really, in that what's been brought up in the debate here today. One of them around obviously the new curriculum, and just to say that obviously as professionals we've been really clear as officers throughout in all of the debates around the challenge it will be for small schools, in that the workload, etc., which Sally Llewellyn adequately spoke about yesterday, and scrutiny as well. The amount, I was in a meeting as well with the Minister 2 weeks ago, a meeting for head teachers, where he talked about this is a generational change and is not underestimating the challenge for all schools. So in terms of that, what we need to look at as a local authority is that challenge, and in terms of workload for all of our teachers, the professional learning that will be required for all the areas of learning, and all the What Matters statement, which was obviously talked about yesterday. So from that perspective, as professionals and as officers and as teachers, our officers within the education department are clear that it is a challenging time for our schools. Also, as Director of Education, I met with all the union representatives 2 weeks ago, and the representative for the NAHT, who's a head teacher in our county, made it clear to me that the head teachers are finding the workload of the new curriculum, COVID, the ALN Act, very difficult to manage. I think my concerns here as well are that Estyn did come back to us in October 2021, and you will be aware that in the September 2019 report, school organisation was a cause for significant concern. 2 years later, our regulators have come in. They've revisited and they've looked at the progress that we've made on this very matter. As a result of the progress that we've made to date, the strong progress as a local authority, we have been removed from a local authority causing significant concern, I should say. I feel further delay at this point would halt the good progress we've made and has been recognised by the regulators, Estyn, including the reorganisation and looking at the schools. They saw all of that when they came in. They saw all of our proposals and actually determined that we'd made significant progress. That's my fear. If we halt the process, we were behind the curve when they came in the first instance, and I think that we've moved at pace, we've made the progress to demonstrate to our regulators, and I think halting the progress would cause me some concern in terms of the regulators. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynette. Councillor James, I'm coming to you now as you're right to respond. You've got much to pick up on, but obviously I'm going to remind you, you are operating to a timescale. Councillor James.
Indeed, and therefore, Chair, I probably can't pick up on every issue that's been raised inevitably. I'd just like to pick up on one or 2 points. I just remind members what the motion actually says. It says to implement a 1-year delay to the implementation of all current closure proposals that have been approved by Cabinet over the past 18 months. It makes no mention whatsoever of stopping the new capital investment in schools like Cadwyn and Bryn Llawach. And I just would like to point out, actually, just for members' information, my oldest son was head boy at Ysgol Penmaes, the old Ysgol Penmaes. So I'm well aware of the benefits of a new build for special schools. And I know Bryn Llawach, I've been there, and I also know Ysgol Cadwyn, I've been there too. And I long overdue, goodness me, 25 years overdue for replacement. So this motion poses absolutely zero threat to that investment. I'd just like to give that assurance. The issue around Estin, it's really interesting. There's always a tendency to pick on individual bits of reports produced by regulators. The Estin report to which this motion refers is the one of 2019. And that report very clearly did have a very clear steer towards the attention the council needed to make to the secondary and post-16 sectors. And I have to say, I think the progress on post-16 has been particularly disappointing thus far. However, returning to the more recent revisit of Estin, yes, indeed, they did comment on the transformation process, and they noted the transformation of the plans for the primary sector, but they didn't particularly endorse it. It was pretty neutral about that. So I don't think we should take that particularly seriously. I'm very pleased we're no longer a local authority causing significant concern, but I don't think it's relevant to this motion, to be perfectly honest, what's been said there. So the issues sort of pile up, Chair, and I'm pretty sure I'm running out of time now. But the point here is that the last point I'd like to raise is on the new curriculum, and much has been made of the stress and challenge that this poses for individual schools. Yes, that's precisely the point. That's why we're in favour of cluster working, and that is for us the mechanism by which these challenges can be overcome and indeed turned to the advantage of the education of our children. And the final point is that
you were on your final point previously, and you're stretching me now, but I will let you go.
I am stretching you, Chair, and I apologise. But my point also is that if you pick on individual schools and close them in the way that has been done in the last 18 months, or plan to close them, you actually will disrupt that cluster working. You actually will turn communities against the council, and apart from anything else, and you also you disrupt the cluster working that has been so well developed this past 2 dreadful 2 years under COVID. So this is what this motion is about, and that is actually to promote integration, to promote collaboration, and to give the council a chance to pause, reflect, and just slightly readjust and re-steer.
Councillor James,
thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor James. That concludes the debate. Members, we're going to go to the vote now. Members, excuse me, waiting for the app to come into the speak now. Not to speak now, into the chat box. There we go, 1722. There we go. Members, if you can vote electronically, be very yeah, mine's loading, so hopefully others will have that opportunity. Members, I've been able to vote. Others hopefully can do so.
Yeah, mine's done all right, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Phil. I will come to others after the electronic vote has been closed. Members, just a couple of moments on the electronic vote. It appears that most have been able to vote. Members, I'm going to close the electronic vote. I'm coming to verbal votes. Councillor Michael.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Emmer.
Against, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Gareth Morgan, have you been able to vote?
No, for the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan.
Against.
Councillor Kelvin.
For the motion, Chair. My computer just died again, but it's happened about 10 times today. Anyhow, for. I've got back in time. Thank you.
Thank you for rejoining. Members, are there any other members that are unable to vote?
Chair, I think William Powell's computer did exactly the same as Kelvin, so I don't know how that leaves him, whether he's able to vote or not.
We'll give an opportunity to see where.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor William is, but obviously if he's not able to join at this point, we can't delay much longer.
Can he phone you, Chairman?
Oh, let's not start on precedence at this time of the day.
But you're aware that he's been.
I'm aware that Councillor William hasn't voted, but I'm afraid I did state at the beginning of the meeting and in a circulation or an email which was accepted with group leaders this morning that the only votes which I would accept today were electronic votes or verbal votes declared at the meeting. I don't think I'm in a position to change that viewpoint at this stage in the day. I do apologise.
He's just sending me a message, Chairman, to say he's trying to reconnect. Well, there we go. He's doing his best.
Members, I understand the dilemma. We've had dilemmas with others during the day. I feel as I can't wait no longer. I really do understand the dilemma, but I have to be consistent on this. There was another member that wasn't able to vote previously, so I'm going to close the vote now.
Through the house. Why can't they have the fair somewhere else? Sorry, guys.
Members, we're just waiting for clarification. Members, we're still checking on the votes. We're having a bit of a problem with our electronic voting system at the moment, so please bear with us.
Chair, members have the result 24 for, 24 against, 1 abstention, total number of votes cast 49.
Thank you, Monitoring Officer. I believe that puts us in a position that I can utilise a casting vote. Members, I vote against the motion.
Thank you, Chair.
Members, we're at a point on the agenda today now where we're considering an emergency motion. This was a joint motion which has come from Councillor John Morris and Councillor Elwyn Vaughan. Members, it did meet the needs of the Constitution. I remind both members before they commence on the motion that it is 5:30. We are due to finish before 6 o'clock, so please be mindful of that. Councillor John, I'm in your hands to propose the motion, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. As we've all said earlier today, it's a truly terrible week that has evolved in Ukraine, and Elwyn and I feel that as a council we need to say something. So I'm just going to read this through for the benefit of the public. I know people may want to speak to it, but really I think we need to vote to it. And so I'll read it through and then Elwyn can come in, okay? Obviously, we've been horrified by the action of Russia invading Ukraine and the huge loss of life. And I think as a council, we need to firstly to condemn the Russian action and secondly to cease any business contacts with Russia. I understand that our pension fund has some exposure to Russia via some of the companies we invest with. I know that officers are actively identifying the position at the moment, and I've heard today from the senior finance officer that they are going, the Powers Pension Partnership and Powers are going to divest of any of that investment, which is great news. Obviously, it'll take a few days and perhaps weeks to do that, but that's a great news. I'd look for your support then also for Powys County Council to ensure that we divest of any exposure to the Russian companies. Also, that all efforts are made to investigate and cease any purchases of goods and services to the council linked to Russian companies as soon as possible, and that everything is done to support the Ukraine and its people. And the three recommendations are that Powys County Council condemns the action of Russia in invading Ukraine and does everything it can to support Ukraine and its people. The council requests the Powys Pension and Investment Committee and the Wales Pension Partnership consider disinvestment, any exposure or investment in Russian companies. And thirdly, that all efforts are made to investigate and cease any purchase of goods and services to the council linked to Russian companies as soon as possible, and that everything is done to support the Ukraine and its people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, John, for leading on that. Just to say, personally, I have a Ukrainian neighbour, so I'm well aware of the stresses and strains on her and her family, naturally. And she's telling me only this morning that a friend of hers was killed in an airstrike yesterday in the second city in Ukraine. So obviously all we want is to send a clear message from Powys that we're standing up for democracy with our friends and colleagues in Ukraine. And hopefully, even after a fortnight where we've seen within this council perhaps a lot of tensions and arguments, that after all that, we have the privilege and ability to stand up for democracy, where in other places in Europe, Russia is trying to choke democracy. So hopefully we will all be able to support this motion and send a clear message.
Thank you, Councillor John and Councillor Elwyn. I had a motion which has been proposed and seconded, so it's open to comment. Councillor Ali Davis first, followed by Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Chair, and diolch yn fawr iawn I John ac Elwyn hefyd am dod â'r y motion yma ymlaen yma heddiw. My only concerns about this is the lack of reference to Putin at every juncture where Russia has been written within this motion. At some points, it can be replaced by Putin. Russia has a a really proud country and is being completely sold down the river by that dictator that's leading them presently. So in the first point, I would wish that to be Russia be replaced by Putin in that first point. And also the second point, I can see Peter Lewis is right behind me on the speaking up. I think the council should welcome the Powys Pensions, the work they're doing around that point. So those are my only two concerns. But thank you, Elwyn, and thank you, John, for bringing this motion to council. I don't think you will find any dissent whatsoever. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Councillor Peter, followed by Councillor Myfanwy.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I just fully support what Councillor John and Councillor Elwyn's motion? Councillor John has referred to the Parish Pension Fund. As I am chair, I think I should speak. But as you're aware, or some of you may be aware, there have been a lot of meetings. I've met with Jane and Chris, Jane 151 officer and Chris Hurst, the pensions manager, and we fully support divesting. And yesterday we had meetings from a meeting with WPP. I put a statement out which we will be divesting as soon as practically possible. As you may be aware, Russia's stock exchange is complicated and it might take a bit of time, as John referred to, but we fully support. And I'd just like to say we're about to expose by about 1%. Our exposure is about under 1%. So thank you, Chair. I want to make that clear. I fully support that motion, and I fully support the WPP statement was put out yesterday. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mavanley.
Yeah, very briefly, just to say that I fully support this as well. And I spent an hour sitting behind a Ukrainian family at church yesterday. As a result of that, I thought I'd have a quick word to check, which of course already had been done, that our school service has been in touch with those schools that have Ukrainian children amongst their number, because obviously these are close families and many of them will be in distress. And I just thought I could provide some reassurance to members that the school service is fully across the need to support Ukrainian families at this time. And we've got a substantial Ukrainian community in Welshpool, but I'm sure there are many throughout the county. So happy to support this motion.
Members, of Councillor Stephen, followed by Councillor Hugh, waiting to speak. Councillor Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. It is a very small point, and Councillor Allard raised it, but if it is possible to replace the word Russia with the Russian armed forces, that would be much appreciated. I'm aware through contacts in the Anglican diocese in Europe, which extends as far as Ukraine and Russia, that many Russians are deeply ashamed of the action that their country has taken, and they feel they have been misled about the intentions of their leader. So if that small change could be made, I think it would perhaps be significant, small as it is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that contribution, Councillor Stephen. I'm seeing nodding heads from Councillor John and Councillor Elwyn. Can I suggest that if you agree to that change, that you consider that and bring it to the meeting? Councillor Hughes waiting to speak, so it gives you a bit of an opportunity, but obviously I'm not wishing to force your hand, but please only do so if you feel that's the right thing to do. Councillor Hugh Williams, please. Councillor Hugh.
Chair, I won't keep you long. My points were roughly in line with what Councillor Stephen and others have said. I think the change in the wording, I accept what Aled says as well. It's ironic, really, because we still have people in Ystrad, Ukrainians, who were here from the Second World War. The sort of Krajewskis and the Sorokas, I can name you now. So how the wheel turns, and let's hope that it's not as bad as we all fear. But I will want to support this motion, Chair.
Very much. I'm not picking up on anybody else wishing to speak, so I'm going to return to Councillor John as proposer of the motion.
Thank you.
Councillor John, please give some consideration. We've got Councillor Michael Jones, who's come in late in the day. That will be our last speaker before we return to Councillor John Morris.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Just a small point. I'm a member of the pension fund. Should I declare an interest, or just a personal interest, possibly?
No, you're okay, Councillor.
Thank you for that, Councillor Michael.
Thank you.
Councillor John Morris, please.
Yeah, very quickly. Thank you all for your support. I'm sure the whole of Powys will support it. Just to say, more than happy, provided Elwyn is, I think, is to change in point 1 to change Russia for perhaps President Putin and the Russian armed forces, if everybody's happy about that. I'm not sure whether we need to go into thanking the pension funds. We can say it verbally now, and we do know that it's been very, very quickly done, and we do appreciate what our pension fund has done, and also the All Wales pension funds. So that's fine. So if we can just change that one point, I'm quite happy to do that. Elwyn, are you happy with that?
Yes, common sense, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. I'm sure you are aware to the changes to the motion which have been declared by Councillor John. Members, I'm reading the meeting that there is majority support for this. I'm quite happy to take it to an electronic vote, but it appears that complete majority in support of this motion, and I will take that in silence unless anybody wishes like a complete voting record on this. But as I said, I'm reading the meeting, and I understand complete majority for this.
Yeah, by silence, Chairman.
Member, anybody to the contrary on this? Members, at 5:45 at the end of a long day, we have unity. Thank you very much for that. Members, it has been a long day. I thank all of you who stayed with us, as Councillor Michael, you're indicating.
At the outset of the meeting, Chairman, Councillor Jeremy Pugh mentioned that in sending Martin Wheels apologies that he was starting his treatment today. I wonder, would you consider sending him a letter of best wishes from the council on our behalf, please?
Of course I would, Councillor Michael. In the group leaders meeting, we discussed this morning. We understood Councillor Martin would be contributing to the meeting, and it was suggested that I wouldn't mention anything today in relation to this because it could cause him some embarrassment, but certainly we'll send good wishes on behalf of everybody. Councillor Gareth.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think I'm right in saying that this is your last meeting as chair today, and I know that you will hopefully have the chance to take the chair at the AGM in May if you are re-elected, but I would not want to guess the electorate of Llansantffraid. So I think I'd like to thank you for all the work that you have done in chairing in what's been very unprecedented times. When you consider the COVID situation, you've not had the opportunity to go up and down powers like previous chairs have had, and I'm sure we'll all agree that you have endured some challenging meetings, but you've conducted yourself a very calm measure, and you've been very fair and generous to all sections of the council. So personally, I'd like to thank you, and I'm sure everybody else would like to as well. So diolch yn fawr iawn i ti, Gwynfor, am popeth dach chi wedi wneud i'r cyngor. Diolch.
Yeah. Well done, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Gareth. It's been a difficult task, but it's a task which I'd like to say I've enjoyed. I hope I've been considered to be a fair chairman, and that's all I'll say on the matter. Members, it is the completion of our day. I did fear this morning that we wouldn't complete our agenda before 6 this evening. Members, thank you for your persistence today, and thank you for putting up with me. I hope, as I said, you consider me to be fair in difficult circumstances in this virtual world. It certainly hasn't helped the budget. Certainly hasn't helped our budget debate, and I've had the fortunate of conducting 2 of them, so which makes me quite unique. So thank you very much. I'll close the meeting now and wish you all well. The chief executive, I'm struggling for my words. The chief executive mentioned that we're hoping to get a get together. Watch this space. We're doing our level best to accommodate that. So thank you, members. Thank you very much. Conclude the meeting.
Well done, Gwynfor.
Well done, Chair. Well done, Gwynfor.
Thank you.
Well done.